think, aren't we? 10:25.
We are.
Have we got? What? Oh, she went downstairs, didn't she? Yes, I should wait. Okay, hello, now, where are we? Darling, camera session. Okay, well, I think we are good to go. All good? Okay, so I now welcome a panel of lived experience witnesses via teleconference. I thank you for appearing before the committee today. This session is an opportunity for you to make a short statement to the committee, and I will emphasise short if possible. I'm happy if it's a longer one, if you were able to send that to the Secretariat, then we can take that into account. Can I now ask each of you to please state your first name only for the benefit of the Hansard transcript? And if you're appearing via teleconference, which I understand all of you are, that you speak clearly into the telephone and identify yourself each time you speak to assist with the recording and broadcast of these proceedings. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so, and after that I will invite committee members to ask your questions. So I might just pick out, I've got two names in front of me. I've got Helen and Susan. So I might ask Helen if she is there to commence with your short opening statement.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
My name is Helen.
And do you have a short opening statement you would like to provide to the committee, Helen?
Yes. I'm an 85-year-old retired pensioner living in the rural and regional area of the Huon Valley in Tasmania, and I receive a home care package, level 3, which I self-manage in cooperation with my interstate provider. Thank you.
Thank you. And Susan, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Good morning. My name is Sue. I do
Sue.
have an opening. I do have a statement.
Yes.
Which I'd like to read.
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Today, I'm going to talk to the Senate Committee about residential aged care, dementia, and a regulated workforce. This is my story. My husband died recently in an aged care home where he lived for 3 years. He was 73 and had dementia and Parkinson's. A few weeks before he died, the unit where he lived, i.e. his home, had a case of COVID. The person with COVID was isolated and everyone was tested for COVID. No one else had COVID at that time, including my husband. The shocking response from the management of the home was to lock all of the doors to the outside area so that he and others could not get outside to get air, sun or exercise, or much needed physio for his Parkinson's. He was subject to environmental restraint or restricted movement. For 2 weeks, my husband tested negative, but even so, he was not allowed to freely move around the grounds of the facility. After a couple of weeks of being contained inside like a caged animal, he told a nurse he felt suicidal. It broke my heart. This is 2024, not 2021, and it happened just weeks ago, and it's still shocking to me. I tried to reason with the facility, but they ignored my pleas. I am telling this story to plead to the government and to the senators to enact legislation to ensure something like this doesn't happen to anyone else's loved one. Why are such restrictive practices still able to occur? Because aged care providers or businesses can make way more decisions about the way our loved ones are treated. And people don't understand this until the issue of aged care touches their lives, their families. Unfortunately, mistreatment such as this case for my husband are not isolated because providers decide on what they report in their reporting minutes. The government and the bill must ensure that if our loved one is placed in residential care, they can rely on the system and legislation to look after them. There must be strong control and deterrence. What should the legislation look like? Well, from my 3 years of lived experience in residential aged care looking after my husband and trying to advocate him for his needs under a supposedly regulated aged care system that failed him, there are 5 areas in the new Act that must be included. 1, criminal penalties. These were negotiated out of the aged care bill a few weeks ago and must be put back in order to protect frail and vulnerable older Australians, to make sure senior executives and boards are held accountable for their actions. Civil penalties. Why were the civil penalties cut in half from the aged care exposure draft? Civil penalties must go back to where they were in the Draft Exposure Act that everyone was consulted on at the beginning of 2024. There must be tangible and quantifiable consequences for executives and boards who do not ensure our loved ones in their care are protected, happy, and in the way providers' brochures promote. How can this be done? Point 3, by mandating that residential aged care providers employ appropriately qualified and skilled staff. What does this mean? A nationally harmonised training system, for example, TAFE or RTO, where care staff have qualifications at level 3 to 6, with an absolute mandated level 3, with clear employment and training pathways to level 4. This needs to include a worker registration system. For workers looking after people with dementia, legislation must protect them by mandating formal dementia training. Here is a current quote from the government's website. and I quote, there is no minimum standard qualification for support workers. Did you know this, Senators? Do most people of the public know this? No, it's a hidden world until it happens to your family. In what world is it okay for a residential aged care business to have unqualified staff looking after our older people, and in particular those with diseases such as dementia? Residential aged care is a deregulated industry, mainly in the private sector. 4. Continuous on-the-ground government regulation. We must have a system where the government directly oversees and monitors residential aged care providers and not let providers self-report. We cannot rely on them self-reporting. I've seen examples of where people are not being fed properly, they're walking around incontinent aids full of urine and feces for more than 24 hours, not getting their teeth clean or showered because there's understaffing. You wouldn't believe what happens unless you see it firsthand. And I have, and so have others. In another example, I placed a complaint with the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, the regulator of aged care, about getting my husband's food preferences and dietary needs met. You know, a few things like getting a poached egg for breakfast. After 6 months, 6 months of advocating this complaint, I was told by the commission officer that they had tried their best to get the facility to deliver on their duties under the aged care standards, but that my husband's case was unresolved and would be closed. The complaints officer said, "We just can't make them do anything." This was at a time when the Maggie Beer food in aged care program was being shown on TV. It made me sick. I wish this hearing was visual. Then I could show you photos of what the food is actually like in our case. Number 5, the government must have a truly independent regulator who has immediate enforceable powers over providers. Unscrupulous providers must be weeded out quickly, not just given a rap over the knuckles time and time again, or given 6 months to provide acceptable food. We need actual consequences and outcomes. Myself and so many others around the country with lived experience need you to know that the current watered-down bill before you is not fit for purpose. The goal appears to be to convince us that it is a rights-based act. But when you dig just below the surface, you will see it is not. It is a lot of regulatory words, but they are not actually enforceable. I would say in this case, it's the emperor's new clothes. Senators, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue. Helen, I'm just conscious whether or not you would like to add anything to your statement.
Yes, I have quite a lot to convey to you. Would you like me to read it?
I would, but if you could keep it short, because we do want to leave a couple of minutes for questions if any of the committee have any. So if you could keep your comments to somewhere around about 4 minutes, that would be great.
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm a member of OPAN's National Persons Reference Group, which enables me to help raise the voice of older people in Tasmania who are not getting the aged care services they need at a national level. I also have several points to make, not the least of which is that I have wonderful medical support and care from my local GP medical practice, and I appreciate all the attention they give me. I suffer with arthritis, advanced osteoporosis, and COPD. I require a variety of supervised therapies to maintain healthy independence for these conditions, and until January of this year, I was able to undertake hydrotherapy, Pilates, and lung rehabilitation programs. Transport access for me to these therapies and facilities, which are all out of my area, has been with our local community transport service, which, until January of this year, charged me a contribution at the pensioner rate flat fee of $18 per journey. However, because I am on a home care package, As of the 1st of January 2024, the fees are charged to the package based on kilometres travelled. This equates to my journeys to hospital clinics, which I attend quite regularly, now cost $120 plus, and even more to the public dental clinic, which is further away from the Hobart Hospital. At the same time of the transport increases, a locally contracted domestic service provider raised their hourly rate from $56 per hour up to $80 per hour. Given that I do attend the hospital clinics for immunology, lung rehabilitation, endocrinology, dental, as well as the occasional surgical procedure, my Level 3 home care package funding is not sufficient to cover all these journeys, and I have had to forego my therapies since January of this year. I was advised to apply for an upgrade of my Level 3 package in order to pay for the increased transport costs. My provider has submitted a request for an upgrade, which is currently being considered for reassessment. My health has deteriorated significantly this year and resulted in a second emergency hospital admission due to an exacerbation of COPD, emphysema, choking. Medical advice is for me to participate in supervised therapies to at least maintain some sort of general health and independence. But the transport costs have prevented me from doing this. The community transport system in Tasmania is funded by the Commonwealth Home Support Program, and the state government and the federal government gazetted the increased kilometres travelled regulation for recipients of home care packages using these services. This is a discriminatory process causing disadvantage, limiting the independence and health of people living in outer regions who need to use transport to travel some distances to access supervised therapy facilities. Transport is a nationwide issue for people on a package. We urgently need a review of the fee structure so that we don't have to upgrade our home care package funding simply to provide us with the financial means to accommodate our transport costs. Rather than focusing on one government subsidised service, paying for and supporting another government subsidised service, older people who need and use the service should be at the centre of the considerations. I strongly believe that older people like me, living in regional, rural and remote areas, need an extra subsidy or supplement paid to providers so that the travel subsidy will be enough to get to the needed services the same as someone living in the metropolitan areas such as Hobart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen. I'll now offer the panel, and I might go to Senator Allman-Payne first if she would like to ask any questions.
I just first of all want to say thank you very much, Helen and Sue, for giving us your evidence. And Sue, I'm very sorry to hear about your husband's death, and I can understand how incredibly angry and frustrated you must be. And Helen, thank you for drawing my attention to that change, that I'm new to the aged care portfolio and I didn't realise that change had happened. And as someone who lives in a regional area, I imagine there's a number of people who are experiencing the same issues that you are, and that's something I will look into further. Sue, I'm interested to know, you laid out some very clear things that you think have changed between the exposure draft and the legislation that's been introduced to the Parliament that you think need to be changed. So thank you for that. I guess one of my questions is the legislation or the task force and the government have used a number of reference groups, including consumer advocates, in the process, and I'm interested to know whether you think that the changes that have been made are reflective of what people who are using aged care services are feeling, or whether it's not reflected in the legislation?
Thank you for the question. No is the answer. The Draft Exposure Act, last time we saw it, I think I'm correct here, was in February of this year. The next thing we knew, 12th of September, this Act was dropped into Parliament. No consultation was took place. There were significant changes. And as you know, you all know, this process of going through the Senate is extremely fast, and older persons are struggling out here, unheard, angry, as you said. Things that were taken out that were discussed between October 2023 and 2024 through consultation sessions with Open and Quota. We give feedback extensively on the second consultation with a consultancy company. We were given a 100-page document to consider at the time of the meeting. We were not allowed to ask the questions we were asking about. I've got way more things I could talk about, but I had to decide what to focus on today. So I'm trying to be succinct here, but, you know, you've got my testimony, and obviously I can be contacted for further information, but basically, no. We just heard all of a sudden, behind the scenes, there was this bipartisan agreement on getting the bill through, and, we weren't consulted.
Thank you. I am conscious of time, so I might pass the call. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much to both Helen and Sue for making time today to put your experience forward. It's really important that we hear from firsthand from people from their personal experience. Quick question for both of you. So you were very many of the things that you discussed were all around obviously concerns that you had in relation to the treatment that your husband experienced while he was in aged care. So I'm just wondering if you've got any views around the kinds of things that we should do to improve the complaints process so that you feel like, firstly, that you're being listened to, and secondly, that you have got an option or a pathway through which you would be able to advocate on behalf of your husband, who clearly probably wasn't able to advocate on behalf of himself. So have you got a view around the complaints process that you think should be contained in the new legislation to try and deal with some of the concerns that you put forward?
I've made a point, number 5, which was there needs to be an independent regulator, because I'm being told, and I was my husband's representative, so I focus on this because he's passed away now. I am in receipt of a home care package, and I do have lots of concerns, but this was to make sure that something is done in his memory, and they really need to have, why can't they regulate enforcement? That's what I want to know. I'm being told cases are closed, we can't make the providers do anything. That's the bottom line.
Okay, so your proposal is that you would want to see more enforceable requirements in relation to the actions that can be taken by the regulator in relation to complaints. Absolutely. So you're saying the complaints process sort of falls off the edge of a cliff because of the lack of enforceability.
It does. Couldn't put it better myself, Senator Ruston. It does fall off, and consumers, people who struggle, you can imagine these complaints take a lot of preparation. You will, when we're already struggling as carers. So we just left in limbo. My most recent complaint, which is still in process, is, just contacted out of the blue after 6 weeks. You just don't know what's going on. You're not kept in the loop. There's a lot that I've contributed to, but the legislation needs to address this. That's the bottom line. We have to have more transparency, support, independence, and real enforceable outcomes that we can see have been taken.
Yeah.
That's not happening at the moment.
Sure, thank you. And I think just to, I'd be very interested in your views around the proposal currently that there is actually an independent complaints commissioner that is being proposed by the Act that sits outside of the Quality and Safety Commission. But we'll try and unpack a bit more of the comments that you've made with future witnesses and particularly with the department. So hopefully you'll get some feedback in the loop as this inquiry continues on its way around the country. And Helen, just you said you've got a level 3 home care package, and you mentioned transport as being one of the biggest issues. And can I just acknowledge that one of the things that we hear all the time is that if you get a particular service under normal means, you'll pay X. If you get a particular service when you've got a home care package, you can usually times the price by 3. And so thank you for giving us your information that adds to that pile and weight of evidence. And it's something that we will certainly be taking up with the Independent Hospital and Aged Care Pricing Authority to make sure that the national efficient price is properly reflective. But I just wondered, you live in the Huon Valley. How much difficulty do you have in getting access to the kind of health professionals, whether that be allied health or the like, that you need, particularly when you've got obviously some quite complex morbidity concerns with your osteoarthritis and your pulmonary condition? Do you find that you struggle to actually get access to the necessary specialists to be able to, even though they're on your package, are you struggling to get access to those people?
Probably not to the specialists, but the thing is, if I can get transport there, I can get access.
Yep.
And it's as simple as that. I've been told by community transport that the legislation is such and it's fixed and we can't do anything about it. And all they said to me was go and apply for more money so you can afford transport.
Yeah.
That was it. I've been told that by so many people.
Thank you very much. That's a very, very good suggestion for us to get some efficiency into the system. So we'll certainly follow that one up on your behalf too, Helen. So can I just say thank you very much to both of you for coming forward today.
Okay, thanks, Senator Ruston, and thank you both, Helen and Sue. I think as Senator Ruston has outlined, the information you've provided and the lived experience particularly is really important. So I do thank you both for giving up your time today, and we will now move on to the next session. So thank you very much. And I now welcome representatives from Advocacy Tasmania. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing today? And I don't think we've got anyone from Advocacy on the telephone. You're both here in person, so I can skip that bit of this. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so, and then I'll invite committee members to ask you questions. So if you could first of all state your full name and the capacity in which you're here, and then make an opening statement. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I'm Leanne Groombridge and I'm the CEO at Advocacy Tasmania, and this is Jim Patterson, our Senior Manager. And thank you so much for having us here today. A little bit about us. For over 34 years we've been providing advocacy and rights education to older people, people with disability and mental health and alcohol and other drugs. We're funded for this important and I'd actually say essential work by the Commonwealth and the state governments, but we're obviously an independent and a not-for-profit. We're also part of the Older Persons Advocacy Network, OPAN, so you may well have come across OPAN before, and I know that they're coming to speak to you soon. So we recently won a National Human Rights Award for our 3-year campaign for guardianship legislative reform here, as well as our work exposing a major Tasmanian aged care provider, Southern Cross Care, where care and rights abuses had been rampant and basically left their residents without hope. A clear case of how the aged care had utterly failed them. This was only last year. Daily in aged care we see and hear shocking stories, day in, day out, of neglect and rights abuses, similar to what had been identified and spoken about at the Royal Aged Care Commission. We're here to speak today about for Tasmanians who don't have a voice. As lawmakers, obviously, they want you to know how it really is for them out there. And all of those people who can't get to you, we're here as their voice pretty much only. So we don't do best interests. We are about providing that voice. So through our clients' experiences, we hope that you will see that this bill, whilst an improvement, it is an improvement, but it is unlikely to properly protect people's human rights. And I say people, not older people. They are people. We are all people. They should not have their rights minimised. We've chosen 4 areas that we would like changed. Firstly, the bill must reintroduce criminal and civil penalties. There must be the strongest of deterrents for serious harm by aged care providers. The Aged Care Royal Commission recommended this, and older people and their supporters expect nothing less of our government. They want protection. Without it, the status quo will be maintained. And then the proposed decision-making supporter provisions. We want to see those removed. Every day we see aged care providers completely cutting out residents and dealing with others wherever they can, whenever and wherever they can. These provisions that, as they currently exist, will strip residents of their rights to make their own decisions. It will pit residents against their own family and supporters and will either destroy those family relationships, as we sometimes see now, or see residents suffer in silence and just unable to do anything. So if there is a need for substitute decision makers, there are already guardianship processes in place in each state and territory. Whilst I'm not a supporter of those, we don't like them at all, and that's what we were arguing about with the state government for the last 3 years. At least they give people a fighting chance to have a say, to get representation, to get an independent advocate, to get legal aid, to see medical evidence, to actually a robust process, rather than just having something whereby aged care providers can simply talk to that decision maker. Then there's the issue of restrictive practice provisions. This is elsewhere in other parts of the world, that is a form of torture, and that's how our clients feel. This needs more work. Lastly, Tasmanians are prematurely forced into aged care homes, or they are living in poverty to pay for inadequate home care supports. Proposed caps must be removed and a more flexible needs-based approach adopted. That is, if they can even get in-home supports, which in Tasmania is incredibly difficult. So we're happy to take questions and to share our clients' stories with you.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And Mr Patterson, you're happy not to make an opening statement? Okay. I might go to the Deputy Chair and then I'll come to the opposition. So, Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thanks very much for appearing before the committee today. I note that some of the things that you've raised, I think, are consistent with some of the concerns that the Inspector General raised in evidence the other day, particularly around the fact that this is a system that is still predicated on a rationing of aged care rather than a provision on a needs-based proposition. In terms of some of the other issues that you've raised, we've certainly heard evidence today from the lived experience panel about one person, Sue, who said that she followed the complaints process in the current Act and that she essentially felt that she got nowhere, and in the end they told her that the regulator said we can't make them do anything. Could you expand a bit more on what you see as the deficiencies in the new Act in relation to complaints and enforceability?
Look, we're not a peak. We'll just say that right at the outset. So we don't have resources to have a whole lot of people kind of trawling through legislation, and we only got very short notice about this. So I know the Older Persons Advocacy Network is going to be putting in a submission on possible things that need to be remedied. But there needs to be more agility in terms of making sanctioning, and it needs to be far quicker. You know, people are waiting for 6 months. You know, the dots aren't being joined. This was the problem with the Southern Cross Care issue. We had about 104 clients over a period of time, and the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, for example, weren't joining those dots. They were dealing with each one. This was a systemic problem with that actual organisation. So they need to be able to make sanctions quickly and address things, obviously, you know, and hold them accountable, the providers accountable. The problem that we are always seeing now is that it's that enforceability again. And even where and I've got 2 instances where families have asked me to tell their stories of 2 deaths of Tasmanians who basically were told by the Commission that there's nothing we can do. They simply, they've met their obligations of providers in terms of continuous improvement, and they'll monitor that, but there's nothing further they can do. So there has to be some real enforceability measures that can be rolled out really, really quickly, I think, when things are incredibly serious. And I would say as well that, what Tasmanians are telling us is that they don't understand why their rights as a citizen have been removed just because they're old, to going for criminal or civil damages and through the court system. So I don't know what the answer to that is. I don't know what to say to them. It's just older people that we're doing this to. Yeah.
You talked about the decision-making supporter provisions. When we questioned the department about this, their response was that the old Act or the current Act doesn't refer to individuals, therefore it didn't require any provisions around that. And they said, however, because the new Act refers to individuals and the rights of individuals, there needs to be some provision in there so that there's a link between the state and the Commonwealth. That
doesn't make sense to me, I'm sorry. What I'm concerned about is that this is a quasi-guardianship arrangement, but without any checks and balances, with no testing of evidence, with no medical, fulsome advice, with no appeal rights. Yeah. Each state and territory, the guardianship system is not great. We've been through a whole process here to improve ours. It's better than the average bears around the country, okay? So it does talk will and preference. But if you don't give people a fighting chance to be able to go in and defend themselves and get representation, we are going to see a proliferation of aged care facilities simply using that decision-making supporter to circumvent due process. Now, there are already provisions there for emergency situations. They can get an emergency guardianship order or administration order if needed. Why have this? Why have this? We see this time and time again with our clients. For example, they've appointed an enduring guardian and the aged care facility they've completely cut out the resident. They're not even asking them anything. They are imposing restrictive practices, not letting people go outside of the facility because they're brother or sister or their son, who might be the enduring guardian, has agreed that it's all too difficult and it's a potential risk. Now, we advocate daily for people to retain and to regain their freedom. If that went through, for example, we've had 3 cases from a Devonport aged care facility that when people come in to the new residents, one just recently, the nurse in charge actually has been suggesting, why don't you have a guardian and an administrator who can help you pay bills and just in case? That's not what this is. Guardianship and administration, or overturning a person's will and preference and excluding them, is an absolute extreme and last resort. And it has to be taken very, very seriously. So what had happened in that case is we go through the whole system, the person appears in the tribunal, we've gone through that. Ultimately, we advocated for the person and the tribunal dismissed it because there were less restrictive options that the aged care home didn't even consider or put. Now, aged care facilities shouldn't be making those applications in the first place. We're actually going, while we're up here, to go and see that aged care facility and ask them what's going on. But it is incredibly, incredibly disturbing. There are processes already there. Why just for older people? I mean, it doesn't happen with people in disability. Why older people different? I mean, I don't think older people quite understand why they're being treated like not even second-class citizens here. And basically, some of those provisions, I know there's talk, it's a rights-informed, there are so many issues that breach individuals' rights. And I just don't think it's fit for purpose in its current form. It needs serious reconsideration. And apart from that, older people themselves who this is affecting are not being given the opportunity to actually have a more fulsome say. I heard that some of those comments from the previous group, and there is a level of anger in the community that yet again they're being overlooked. And yet again, some of those really serious and would have been really welcomed recommendation from the Aged Care Royal Commission have simply been disregarded. So if we're serious about rights, we've got to go back to the drawing board on some of these things, I think.
Thank you. I might pass on the call. I'm conscious of time.
Thank you. Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Can I just... thank you very much, and thank you for your frank and fearless conversation this morning. It's important we hear it. So obviously the whole premise of this new Act is around rights-based, and that's something that's clearly well and truly in your purview. And you're talking about this sort of like the decision-making and the supporter as something that you're really concerned about. So can I take it from what you've said that you would rather stay within the state system than go to this, because you see this as actually a provision that undermines the rights-based support that you think that older Australians should be having in their aged care journey?
Absolutely. It not only undermines, it is replacing with a far less robust process. It is going to be so open to abuse. We are seeing it day in, day out. Examples. Our advocates are around the state working with individuals who are being stopped from going outside. These aren't people that are locked in dementia wards. These are people just in the norm, that...
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to work my way through. We talk about rights-based.
Yep.
I'm keen to understand how you would see that actually practically delivered within an aged care environment, but both at home and when you're in residential care. How do we actually translate the existing model that's been around for a very long time and actually enable us to be able to do that? What are the practical things that you think we need to put in place within that system?
I think you can still have the supporters, and on an individual basis, they can still support the older person. So there's not a problem with that, and we have the current representatives for that function. But this is going a step too far, and then getting supported decision-making embedded with no checks and balances.
Sorry. Accepting that, I'm just wondering, are there other areas in terms of the Act that you think are not talking to the idea of the move to a rights-based system? I mean, we can talk about a rights-based system, but it's not worth the paper it's written on unless you actually have the practical measures through which to deliver it. And I'm keen to understand if you think the way that this Act is currently written is actually delivering the practical things and changes that will enable that rights-based process to start happening.
Well, I think there are problems with the restricted practices. I think that is going to be an issue. Look, it's very hard because we don't know what the rules are. I mean, we're kind of shooting in the dark here. I would love to be able to say to you, this and this and this needs to be changed, but you've got this big picture framework, this overarching, and then you've got the rest that's going to come. We don't know what the rest is going to look like, but there are some inherent problems in relation to individuals' rights contained in the current Act, such as the right to seek redress for serious neglect. You know, that's a no-brainer. You can't just tell a certain group of the Australian population you don't have that right to do that when there's been a death or something horrendous happening. I mean, I can't see how that can even be possible, to be frank. That is an inherent problem with the current legislation. You've got this next part that is going to be on the decision-making supporters, which will be, we know it's already happening and being abused. How is that going to work? I don't know what the rules around it are in practice. It's very hard for us to actually say what should be changed. But what do you think, Jim?
Yeah, all those things that Leanne's mentioned, and even going back to the actual statement of rights, the use of the clauses there around how they can be used, and the mention of the fact that they're not necessarily enforceable through a tribunal court, and that there are balancing rights, and some of those mention around that in term, and it has the potential there to be used, I think, to not uphold rights. And then also mention the fact that providers are only really expected to indicate that they understand the statement of rights, whereas with the code of conduct and the other side of it, then they are also have a responsibility to uphold those sides of it. So by limiting their responsibilities in terms of what they are meant to do under the principles, I think that can be strengthened, perhaps some of the wording there in the principles side of it, and the actual statement with those clauses. And then, of course, like Leanne said, some of those other main areas around decision-making supporters, restrictive practices, supported decision-making broadly, like to really work hard and deliver a supported decision-making in the new Act. It's by mention of decision-making supporters, that's going to make it extremely difficult. The whole oversight of decision-making supporters is extremely problematic. At least with state jurisdictional guardianship and administration processes, it's pretty robust in terms of, there needs to be hearings, there needs to be the views of a range of parties taken into account in regards to that person's situation. There needs to be medical evidence. The wording in the bill, really, it's how to recognise when a person may not have capacity is problematic. The decision-making supporter is in a position where they're the ones who are deciding whether or not it's a decision that the older person would have made if it was them, and it's really left up to them to make a range of decisions where it could really open it up for abuses to take place. So, there's quite a few elements to the bill that are problematic from a rights-based perspective.
And unless you have enforceability, pack up and go home.
Okay. So I'm trying to be as practical as possible here to understand how we get to where I think we all want to be, and that is that older Australians are afforded the dignity and the rights that I think we all expect in our lives, recognising the journey of ageing. And so how do we, I mean, I've been to a lot of aged care homes over the last 2.5 years, and I've been into some aged care homes that I'd quite happily move in tomorrow. They are, I mean, everybody's happy, everybody is, feels like they have agency, for the want of the current trendy word. So how do we use, and how do we use them as the benchmark in terms of best case practice or best practice to try and get those that perhaps aren't best practice to see what best practice looks like? Because it strikes me as we can talk all we like about the legislation, but unless there's a sort of a culture shift within those organisations that currently don't have this sort of rights-based approach to things, we're never going to change this. So, and I think my concern is that if we continue to talk about the bad things instead of actually trying to focus on the good things and try and bring everybody to that best practice place. So I'm interested to understand if you think there is a mechanism or a way. I mean, the star ratings were supposed to be a way of, and we won't go there. But how do we actually start using a positive culture of sort of example to try and show people what good practice is? Because I think if we talk all the time about the negativity, and I don't diminish the bad experiences in any way, shape or form, how can we actually change this into a conversation about this is what's really, really good and let's do that? I mean, have you got a view in your experience about how we could do that?
We aren't seeing any of those aged care facilities, I'm sorry. We're probably talking to them. Give me a lift and send us over to the mainland to have a look at them. But
it's the nature of the work we do. Obviously, people come to us when they've got an issue that they'd like help with. Yeah. So perhaps we don't see a lot, we spend a lot of time helping people to resolve issues. But I mean, I remember going back quite some time in Tasmania. They used to have, things like better practice conferences where they would, the AXA would hold these conferences so that other providers could learn about different things organisations were doing that were good. And you're right, and there are good things happening in different ways, and great to hear that some providers are great across the board. Perhaps what makes them great is the question, and what makes them strive to deliver the care in the way they do, and how do you help other providers to improve what they're doing, and what incentives are there perhaps for them to do better?
Yes, what are the incentives, not just the stick? It would be good if there was some incentives for great and excellent work. It needs to be a balance of both. But when you're talking about Tasmania, I think we are particularly disadvantaged, being considered we are pretty much rural and remote, the whole of Tasmania. We can't get services, we can't get doctors to attend. I live 10 minutes out of Hobart. When my mum needed supports, I couldn't get home care supports for her. She was 91. Couldn't get those.
Workforce and resources.
There's no workforce. Yeah. We've got people, I don't know if you've been to Cygnet, great little spot, not too far away. We've got people reliant, older people reliant on carers to come and support them to get food. And the shortage of staff that we have means that we've had people calling us from Cygnet saying, then the carers aren't coming today. I've got no food. Who do I go to? So we have to look at emergency services. So we're at a little bit of a disadvantage. It's also, we're at a disadvantage with accessing geriatricians or accessing all of the allied and health supports. We don't have sufficient numbers. Our hospitals are in crisis, quite frankly, and they are looking to just transition people into into aged care. So it's very hard here.
Do you have any idea of the numbers of people who currently would be unable to access the appropriate service, like whether it be a package or a residential facility, who currently are residing in hospitals because there isn't anywhere for them to go or the workforce to support them where they should be?
Not the numbers, but
No.
that is an issue. And really, as much as we are disadvantaged perhaps in some ways, Tasmania, we should be able to deliver services to everyone in Tasmania. When you look at other states of Australia with vast land masses and challenges to reach people, Tasmania, like you were saying, you don't have to be that far away from a metropolitan area to be considered a long way out and for it to be a challenge to get services. So, and we heard before from that, the person with lived experience who lived down near Huonville with transport. I mean, it's not that far. I'd be thinking that those sort of things should be very resolvable in Tasmania and with the right.
It's a workforce issue. It's getting the workforce, keeping the workforce.
Which then ties in, I suppose, a bit to one of the other areas that Leanne raised in her opening statement around the proposed caps to certain services in with the home support program.
Can I just ask you about that? I mean, you're talking about the caps on cleaning and gardening and the like. Do you aware if anybody was consulted about what that arbitrary decision was? Because when I asked the department yesterday, like, why did you choose, 52 hours, or I can't remember what gardening was, why you chose that, they really didn't have an answer and who they'd consulted with. I mean, in your experience, what would be the implication of the inflexibility of that?
That'd be quite huge. And I suppose some of the reasoning, and I was thinking about this before, from a cost perspective moving forwards into the future, I guess they're thinking they're the type of services people use a lot, cleaning services, like domestic assistance. But they're also the things that people need to stay at home for as long as possible. So by capping it at 52 hours in a year, that's very low for cleaning. And for some people, 18 hours for gardening is also extremely low. And for some people, when you look at consumer-directed care, they might be the two items that they want actually more of, compared to some of the other items they may not need yet in their package, but they might at a later date. But they might be the things that keep them at home. So that was pretty surprising to see those numbers.
Especially given it might be a minimum of 1.5 or 2 hours each time somebody turns up as well, which means you're only getting someone turning up once a fortnight or once a month.
Well, if you do live at Huonville, how much of the time is going to be
travel? Correct, yeah.
So I don't see how.
I might just share the call in a moment, and I'll come back if we've got time. Okay. So I've just got one question. I Senator Allman Payne's got one. Ms. Groombridge, in your opening statement, you said that the bill is an improvement. I just want to ask you what elements that you like and want retained. So what are the areas that are specifically sort of around that, what you'd want to keep? And I just wanted to add, I'm actually from Devonport, and I have a completely different perspective and understanding of some of the aged care. My mum was in a facility a few years ago and she had open access to GPs and a whole range of things. So I've got a great story. So it's not all doom and gloom in Tasmania, even though we are in a regional area. There are lots of issues and lots of challenges, absolutely, and I've dealt with them on a day-to-day basis. But my mum's story is the best story in the world. So whether it's just because I'm pushy, I don't know. But
well, and everybody needs somebody. Everybody,
that's
and
right.
I think that probably segues into what I'm about to say next.
Yep.
Everybody needs somebody to support them. A lot of people in aged care don't have anybody.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, if you have nobody, you are completely lost. You've got nobody to advocate for you. So in answer to your question, what do we like? And I know this is going to sound a bit self-serving, but the fact that independent advocates are being recognised is absolutely essential. Forget whether it's going to be OPAN or Advocacy Tasmania. We don't really care.
Yeah.
There has to be independent advocacy. And it needs to be funded at appropriate levels to support all of those other people who don't have a wonderful person like you in their lives, because it's all of the other people that are missing out. Do you know what I mean? So I think that is absolutely fabulous, that finally there is recognition, and we should be able to get more access into those facilities. So I'd say that is a good one.
And I think just the overall approach to embedding a rights focused into the legislation, we see that as a real positive. And the way that the statement of rights goes much further than the existing Charter of Rights, which is fantastic. There's quite a lot to the bill that we support and we see as very positive. And I guess by coming here today, we sort of pick on a few of the areas which are glaringly obvious in terms of being problematic. And they're the ones we focus on, but we do see it as a great step in the right direction.
Great, thank you. Senator Ormond-Payne.
One of the arguments that's been raised in relation to the removal of criminal penalties and I guess the weakening of civil penalties is that it will deter staff and therefore exacerbate workforce issues. What do you say to that?
I say that I don't know of any other caring organisation where we would accept, unless it's older people, that we're not going to invest in our staff in a way and our organisation should be taking on. This is one of the most important areas in our community, our ageing population. And I'm afraid as to what's going to happen when the baby boomers, quite frankly, start in there, because it's going to be a riot. I don't think you're talking about a different generation of people. If you don't have that enforceability, nothing is going to change as far as we're concerned. Is it possible to I have had one client who has been around a lot of politicians and who was really wanting us to at least just talk quickly as to why, and it goes to this point, why there should be access. Would I be able to share something, a picture of, or is that inappropriate?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the picture
identified, is. But I've got a copy. But this is a man's foot. We actually thought it was a leg of ham originally. It was around Christmas it was sent. This is his foot. He was, and this was in an aged care facility up here.
That's a few years old, I might add.
That is a few years old, but the client's partner is still suffering from PTSD and grieving.
I understand that. I just want to put it in perspective of some years ago.
Yes, it is. However, this, if she had had an option, something would have happened. She would have taken it. She would have taken it forward, because this gentleman ended up needing an amputation because of the care in the facility that he was in, and basically it was not possible due to his health to amputate, so he died. And she is living with the guilt of having put him into that facility, and she went through the process, the 6-month process through the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, to actually be told that the case was closed and there is nothing we can actually do. They, other than, monitor, they did some training for staff, etc., etc. And the fear is that those sort of things, if you can't expose them publicly, which I suppose will give that particular person some comfort that we are telling you guys today why it's so important. I understand, and we've had another client die due to sepsis. hospitalised with wounds, acute urine, faecal burns and severe faecal impaction. So that as well went to the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission to be told there was nothing further that could be done in that case. Now, we are now working with the Royal Hobart Hospital. They are on alert. They are going to, when they see this presented, they are going to inform the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission. But these are things that I think you have to balance the rights of those people who have lost individuals or where there has been serious harm caused with the other. I mean, I don't have an answer to your question as to, you know, this is going to stop attracting people. There has to be some enforceability and accountability. I understand.
In those areas of where significant harm is being caused.
I guess it occurs to me that, you know, imagine if we said that you're putting your child into childcare, but you don't have access to this set of rights because we don't want to get childcare workers. And I guess it's, you know, that idea of let's substitute something else besides older people and see how we feel about that.
And you're absolutely right, and that's the point that I made right at the outset. Why is it older people that are always hidden and their rights put at the bottom of the pile? They don't have rights if they don't have access if there's no enforceability, if there is no access to actual proceedings. So, it's problematic.
If organisations want to work in an aged care sector and deliver what's meant to be quality care, along with that comes responsibilities, and that's a choice that they make to become approved providers. So, difficult one to answer, but where people have suffered significant harm, death, and those type of things, I think it's reasonable to assume there should be repercussions for that, and that does give a degree of reassurance to people entering the system that that's the case. I think anything to work to improve quality care is a good thing, and something that we would support.
And I guess the converse too is right, that if it is enforceable, and that means that the quality of care is significantly lifted and providers who are in charge of these services are doing a better job, then one would think that that would actually attract more staff than people not wanting to go near it because it's so broken.
That's right, and we hear of staff not wanting to work in there because it's not because they're worried about, you know, repercussions, but it's vicariously traumatic for them working in there. So don't think that we are just having, you know, we've got a problem with all aged care workers. They do an incredibly tough job. But it does go to the point that how do you lift standards? You have higher expectations and requirements of providers and training of providers, of training of staff and remuneration of staff that is appropriate and support. It's hard work, we know that. But thank you.
We are going to have to leave
Thank
it
you.
there. Thank you so much for your evidence. I don't recall that you took anything on notice, so you're
so
off the hook on that. So thank you very much for being here today. Thank you. We now have, I will now welcome. We have a panel of lived experience witnesses. We do have live people and lived experience.
Eddie, I think we might reframe that.
I think I've only had one coffee this morning, that's the problem. So I now welcome a panel of lived experience witnesses. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. This session is an opportunity for you to make a short statement to the committee. So what I'd like to do first of all is ask you to please state your first name only for the benefit of the Hansard transcript, and we'll start on this side with Tim.
Tim.
Thank you.
Vicki?
John.
Thank you. And I'll now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so, and after that I will invite committee members to ask you questions. I will ask you to try and keep it brief. If you have something written and you'd like to provide that to the Secretariat, I'm sure the committee would be happy to accept that. So would you like to kick us off, Tim?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Well, my lived experience, I guess, is helping people to understand aged care and how to use it effectively. So the changes proposed add further to the complexities of a system that is widely regarded as being difficult, even challenging. There is a clear obligation on government to ensure that satisfactory processes are available to enable everyone to be adequately supported, to access information and to successfully navigate the multiple issues that need to be addressed. The widespread functional, digital and health literacy deficits evident in many communities highlight the importance of access and navigation being appropriately supported. Some elderly Australians are adversely impacted by social isolation, and because of the lack of available support from family or friends, are reliant on assistance to make effective use of my aged care. And I guess the previous panel referred to that issue. The current revised role of Services Australia staff in assisting with my aged care issues has been poorly promoted and is not well understood in communities. Available resources and limited access are also significant issues in limiting the effectiveness of this alternative face-to-face option for contact with my aged care. Support within communities for assistance with navigation of my aged care is currently available but is very limited in its scope, and significant unmet need is evident. It is suggested that the following steps should be taken to help ensure that all Australians are adequately supported to understand all aspects of my aged care and how the system supports them as their needs change. A national information support framework for my aged care should be established, incorporating the following main elements. The role of Services Australia needs to be clearly defined, including their role as an alternative access point to my aged care services, as a source of information on all financial aspects and individual impact. This is particularly relevant to those currently in receipt of benefits. As an outreach provider of information to remote communities. Appropriate community spaces, for example, libraries, online access centres, neighbourhood houses, should be supported to meet local needs for information and support on all aspects of my aged care. The utilisation of suitably trained volunteers to act as community champions be appropriately supported by government agencies. Current arrangements that provide specialised support for the navigation of my aged care should be maintained and strengthened as necessary. Effective and easy to understand online and printed information should be available, thoroughly covering all relevant aspects of my aged care and available supports. Council of the Ageing, CODA as an acronym, at national and state level should be closely involved in all aspects of the changes as representatives of the elderly community. These agencies also have demonstrable expertise in the production of user-friendly information and in assisting those in need of additional support.
Thank you, Tim. Vicki.
My submission today addresses the process our family experienced in navigating the recent entry to an aged care facility for my mother. So my husband and I are both retired maths teachers, and we consider ourselves to be reasonably intelligent, articulate and fairly computer literate. But navigating the aged care system can only be described as being fraught, stressful and at times a nightmare. Mum is in her late 80s and was living at home largely independently with a little support from family and friends for housework, gardening, etc. A widow since 2012, she is a part pensioner, superannuant, owned her own home, did not have a computer, was not registered on MyGov and conducted all of her financial affairs in person. She first registered in the My Aged Care system in July of last year. That was because she needed a referral code to obtain some social support in the form of bus trip outings, trips she was enjoying immensely. Mum began to experience severe arthritic pain and pancreatitis on Anzac Day this year, and so began the journey of a cycle of 6 hospital admissions in both the public and private systems before she entered full-time care. Whilst in hospital in May, it became evident to Mum and to us that for her to remain in her home, she would need more support. I contacted My Aged Care and requested that another assessment be made. I received a date, but had to cancel as Mum was still in hospital. I requested another date, but was told that would not occur until she was back at home. A classic case of the chicken and the egg. She could not come home until she could access more care, but to be assessed for care, she had to be at home. Thankfully, common sense did prevail and an assessment was done over the phone. She was approved for personal care 3 days a week, Meals on Wheels and a couple of hours a week of social support. At this stage, she was not assessed to receive any package. I locked in a schedule of support for her to begin, but Mum remained in hospital, and I was told by one provider that as she was still in hospital, the supports would be cancelled and she would have to commence the approval process all over again once she was at home. We did not realise at the time, but that is in fact not the policy at all. However, Mum soon realised that she was not well enough or confident enough to go home again, and she felt the need to go into full-time care. As each day passed, we could see her losing weight, muscle tone, and was basically withering away before our very eyes, and she just wanted to die. I contacted My Aged Care and requested an ACAT assessment to be conducted in the hospital, but was told it would be at least 10 to 12 weeks down the track, and I knew that by then Mum would not be with us anymore. The doctor and hospital staff said they would care for her as long as needed, but they also knew being in hospital was not helping her at all. They tried to contact the ACAT team, but to no avail. We were powerless to help and sought assistance and advice from an elected Member of Parliament who set about making inquiries on our behalf. Thankfully, the ACAT assessment was completed in hospital, and at the end of June, Mum was approved for full-time care. We thought that finally we were on the home straight, but that was not the case. We immediately made an appointment with Services Australia to seek advice regarding her financial status and also for me to become her nominee. We assumed that by changing details in Centrelink, that My Aged Care, Medicare, etc. would automatically flow through, as they were all under the one umbrella. But that was not the case, and we had to do each piece separately. And although we have completed all of Mum's financial details online, changed her personal details at Services Australia in person, uploaded documents through MyGov, we waited another 35 minutes at the end of the phone on Wednesday, as the details regarding her address, etc., still hadn't registered in the system. Thankfully, we had made and registered the power of attorney for Mum back in 2019, but we had not invoked it, as she was still conducting her own affairs. The system of the power of attorney is inconsistent, to say the least, with each agency, financial, utility institution having their own sets of rules and procedures, and no two are alike. We question, why isn't there a consistent set of rules, or better still, why isn't there a central registry for registered power of attorneys that all institutions can access that will make it one less stress for people navigating the system? Most importantly, while we were wrangling Mum's financial and personal affairs, which is what it is, we were trying to secure a placement for her in an aged care facility. That experience was akin to dealing with a secret society or swimming in a barrel of treacle, and I feared she would die before we found her a place. So some of my experiences included the inability to directly contact a particular facility if they are part of a large group, people not returning phone calls when they said they were going to, receiving contradictory advice from different people at the same facility, not going any further with an application when they discovered that my mother would not have a GP in the area they were in, not following through with emails as they said they would, and never being told if there was any fact, if there was a chance that she could have a placement, and the never-ending rounds of phone calls and not getting a response. All in all, I consider it was a very unprofessional practice when you were in fact dealing with the lives of very vulnerable people. We also had the added stress of packing up and preparing her home for sale so that she had the finances to pay the RAD. We were visiting her daily in hospital, an 80-minute round trip, on top of the time we actually spent with her. So all in all, it was a full-time job. Each day, my husband and I looked at each other and questioned how people who had no family negotiated the aged care system, or if those family members did not have the skills to do so. At the end of July, we were offered a placement for Mum at a facility close by, one we had actually approached fairly late in the process. And after viewing it, I accepted it on the spot and cried tears of joy. I am a strong person, and both my husband have had significant health issues over the last few years. But this process very nearly broke both of us. I am sure I am not the only family member of a loved one who's had sleepless nights, panic attacks, and feelings of having absolutely no control over the situation. Mum was completely unaware of any of the problems we were having, as she was also grieving the loss of her independence and the home she shared with my father. The concept of being able to choose an aged care facility that is the correct fit for your loved one is an absolute fallacy. The reality is you have to take what you can get. I'm pleased to say that Mum is now flourishing. She went out at lunch yesterday with our family and friends. She's regaining her strength after we nearly lost her. But why did it have to be so hard?
Thank you, Vicki. John.
Thank you, and welcome to Tasmania, except for Senator Urquhart, who is at home, I believe.
I am at home, very much so, thank you.
I'm here just to talk, I want to talk mostly about the other part of this bill, and that is the changes to the funding arrangements. I come from 38 years as a senior public servant, and most of that time was assessing policy proposals, looking at legislation, modelling proposals. I'm a volunteer with CODA Tasmania, and I'm not going to add to the stories about aged care which have been said ad infinitum since the Royal Commission started, and it's very disappointing to me to continually hear these stories. I would have hoped that by now we would have moved a bit further. I'm what you could call a self-funded retiree, and I'm most probably one of those people that's identified as perhaps making a higher contribution. But what I've got to say most probably is not what you're going to want to hear. The comments and views that I make reflect my understanding of the Royal Commission, the Aged Care Task Force report. I've followed all those things fairly closely. My own research of the bill and the accompanying material that's been provided by the department, and I'll make comments on that. And my own experience with the aged care system with my own family and relatives. It was interesting. I just want to make a couple of observations. My sister's on a home care package. She lives halfway between Warrnambool and Port Fairy in Victoria. She used to have a lawnmower man, and she used to pay him. There was no aged care support. She got an aged care package and she thought, fantastic. I might get better service. She got exactly the same lawnmower man. The only thing was, when he was working on the aged care, it cost her double. He still got the same. and he couldn't do as much because of the occupational health and safety requirements that the aged care provider provided. And I think that sort of illustrates one of the things about aged care. Aged care is a product that we as individuals tend to buy once in our life. The providers are providing thousands of examples of aged care to consumers every day. It's a very asymmetrical market. And as that comes back to what Tim said before, it has to be easy, it has to not be complex. The other point I want to make is in relation to the abandonment of criminal penalties in the Act. In the workplace, there are criminal penalties under occupational health and safety. Tasmania has just passed industrial manslaughter laws, and here we are removing criminal penalties from people who are supposed to provide a safe environment for people as they age. I don't think that's right. I now just want to really focus on the financing side of it. There are two aspects to the financing, and I suppose underlying all that, a critical question for this bill is, and always was, defining those who fit the criteria the wealthy should pay more. How many times have we read that in the paper in relation to this new Act? Shouldn't be those people over there. It should be those people over there, the wealthy, who should pay more. But nobody ever says who are the wealthy. And I've spent the best part of this week trying to figure out who the wealthy are based on the information that's in the Act. In relation to home care, at the moment it's virtually impossible to work that out. The information that's provided is bereft of information. There's no rules clearly provided around how individual contribution rates will be calculated, including how the income asset triggers are going to work and how the taper rates will be introduced. They're all in regulations, and we don't have the regulations before us. How are we supposed to comment on a bill where a key part of the information relating to how it's going to operate isn't available? We don't have any information yet on what the efficient price or cost of the various support services, and we don't have any information on the likely amount of money or the expected amount of money that people might spend on various support services. There are some, moving to 8 levels, breaking it down to clinical care, independence and everyday living. All of those are objectives that are supported, but until you've got the detail, which is missing, it's very hard to do it. I have been able to try and figure out in relation to residential aged care. I think it's a good that the clinical care costs are fully funded and that residents aren't making contribution to their clinical care costs. But there's a new cost and means testing structure for what are now called everyday living cost. The basic daily fee remains the same at 85% of the age pension. If you're a couple and you go into aged care, 85% of the single daily rate multiplied by 2 leaves you $202 out of pocket every fortnight. You lose 100% of your couple age pension and you've got to find another $202. So are people on a full pension? Are they the wealthy? It's not clear whether it's adjusted. And then I'll get through to this thing called a hotelling supplement. Hotelling? Who thought up that word? Is aged care a hotel? You know, can we please find another name, which is, personally I find it quite insensitive when we read the Royal Commission. We listen to what just the few stories I've heard here this morning, to think that people who are going to live in an aged care facility, and remember it's someone's home, to call it a hotelling supplement. Let's find another word. I really think that that language highlights how endemic ageism is in our society. We wouldn't use such words in any other area. We've got a non-clinical care contribution as well. Now, when I look at the fact sheets that are provided on the website by the department, and when I compare them with what's in the bill, and I went down looking at the fact sheets, you know, should a person in the community who wants to simply understand what's going on, they go to the fact sheets first. They don't go to the Act. The way things are calculated in the fact sheets is totally different from the way things are calculated in the bill. And I think that is very negligent of the department to not do it. I will say the way things are calculated in the bill is pretty hard to follow. There are terms that are used in the bill which aren't even referenced in the fact sheets. So have the proposed changes to the funding arrangements for residential aged care met the goal of requiring those who can afford to contribute more making an increased contribution? Using all the information that I've been able to come across, and at the moment I'm only basing this on a single older person who owns their own home, and there's a protected person living in the home. That means that the home doesn't come into the assets test assessment. My observation is that that person, so long as they have less than $200,000 in assets, they're going to be, the situation in the future is going to be no different than the situation they face now. So that's good. People on a full age pension with less than $200,000 of assets, they'll face what they face at the moment. For those who've got between $200,000 and $500,000 worth of assets, and in this range you're moving into the area where people are still full-aged pensioners, and they're just starting to become part-age pensioners at $314,000 worth of assets. They're going to pay about $4,500 a year more, so about $80 a week. $160 a fortnight they're going to have to find. Where the contributions under the new Act start to ramp up is at around about the $500,000 mark in terms of assets. That's somebody who is still a part-aged pensioner. I don't think they're going to be very happy to find that they're now part of the wealthy who should be paying more for their aged care. For those who are paying higher fees, the contribution ramps up fairly quickly. It ramps up at about $2,000 per annum for every additional $25,000 in assets they have, up to an asset range of $1 million. And I think when we get up to $1 million worth of assets, we're getting to people who've got about 3 to 4 times the average amount of superannuation. And so we can start to say they're most probably getting into the wealthy. But at $1 million, the contribution caps out. So somebody who's got $2 million, somebody who's got $5 million, someone who's got $10 million worth of assets will pay precisely the same amount as somebody with $1 million for those people, their contribution relative to their income and assets is going to be reducing, not increasing. It's going to be reducing as a percentage.
John, I don't want to stop you,
no,
but I do want to make sure we've got some... Great, thank you.
So I'm really worried that someone like me, yes, I will be paying more if I go into aged care, but I won't be paying if my income goes up or my assets go up. I'm not going to be continuing to pay more. And so I would question whether or not the objective that's been raised has really been met, that people with the ability to pay more should pay more. I really am concerned about the information that's currently available. My numbers at the moment, I would say, are in the back of the envelope category, but my back of the envelopes are usually reasonably accurate. That's all I want to say. I do have some notes which I'll share with
that would be great if you've got any additional information. So I will open up for questions, but just before I do that, just the one point I wanted to make was on the point that you made about the 200 and the couple on an aged pension. So the basic daily fee arrangements that everyone pays are not changing at all compared to current arrangements. So I just want to make that clear. Everyone in residential care pays a basic daily fee that's calculated as 85% of the basic age pension. That won't change under the new. So I just wanted to make that clear, just in case there was any...
To clear that up.
Yeah. I will go to Senator Ruston or Kavassi. Senator Ruston?
Yeah,
thank you.
Just to that point though, John, and we will check on that because you make a very good point. If it's 85% of the basic single pension and you're a couple, that's an interesting challenge. Now, I cannot imagine that that's the case. However, we will definitely check that because that's the first time I've ever heard that.
I hope it's not the case.
But I mean, it may not. But yeah, but let's check that just to be super duper sure. Just back, Tim, to your opening contribution. You outlined a whole heap of challenges that you see in helping older people navigate the complexity of that journey. But what I'd be really interested to understand, what would you like to see happen that would make it simpler? What are some of the practical things that we could actually, do to make this journey simpler for older Australians?
Well, I think each community needs to be looked at as a community. So what are the community spaces where people currently go, perhaps to seek information? I mean, I think there should be a clear role for libraries, for example, as one place for people to go. I do think volunteers can play a particular role, particularly the retired community as volunteers, because they themselves have a real interest in understanding my aged care. And that is a very cost-effective way of actually providing assistance, empathic assistance, not reducing the need for the specialist assistance that, for example, in Northwest Tasmania is provided by Council of the Ageing staff, for example, Aged Care Navigation Service, but it is very limited in its scope. And I think there is a need for, at that entry level, for people to actually have someone they can chat to who can support them. If they don't know how to use a computer, can sort of maybe sit with them, but also to have available information sheets that are very easy to understand. Again, Northwest Tasmania, we had, when I had a hub, we had access to a very good, easy to understand range of fact sheets, everything from how do you contact My Aged Care, for example, and what do you need to have when you ring up. Just simple things that people, it just helps people feel comfortable. And also, can I have my daughter there with me? Yes, you can. All the simple things. And I can't emphasise enough the need for supporting access rather than just giving someone, a website. or, you know, we've got a book here, you know, it's all in this booklet. That doesn't work for a lot of people, particularly, you know, as they age, with a whole range of issues, perhaps. Yeah, we just need to be kinder and, I guess, appreciate that, you know, needs vary enormously. So why not have a system in each community which actually supports the, you know, the access to information and to help them on the journey.
Couldn't agree with you more about the place-based responses. Let the community decide what's best for them. So there used to be a really fantastic program. It was called Be Connected. I don't know whether it's still available. It operated through libraries the way you were talking about it, where it got older people to come in and to become a little bit more digitally literate, but at the same time be with other people who were in a similar situation. So,
well, I guess my experience is libraries do a really good job with digital literacy assistance.
Yeah.
I was a tutor for 7 years with libraries, but they haven't always embraced the need to have health information available.
Yep.
And I think that's a step that would be terrific. And I do think that the use of volunteers, training them up in the basics of how the My Aged Care system works, how it should work, would be very productive and very cost-efficient way of, you know, embracing every community. All the members of each community to actually understand and be supported. I think it would be a terrific community connection initiative as well, to be honest.
Fantastic idea. Certainly something, great idea. Can I just ask you, John, you made some comment in your contribution about the fact sheets and the bill seem to contradict each other. Would you have any examples that you could provide us in terms of that? I mean, you don't have to go through them, but I'd love to know some examples, because there's a difference between a retail interpretation as opposed to facts actually being significantly different. And if they are significantly different, it needs to be fixed.
Is it those that you referred to?
No, it's these documents.
Yeah.
Yep. If you use that fact sheet, for example, there's no way you're able to even get anywhere near trying to work out whether you have a concessional accommodation fee or an actual accommodation fee and where that breakpoint is, because it does not talk about specific terms which underpin that in the bill. If you look at...
Sorry, can I just take a step back? Maybe I misinterpreted what you said. You to me, it sounded like you were saying that the fact sheets were actually incorrect in terms of what they were putting forward.
I'll go to one where it's incorrect, where it's talking about the hotelling supplement. It says the contribution we calculated as 7.8% of assets over $238,000. When you actually go to the bill, there are 5 steps which you have to go through. Some of those relate to 7.8%, some of those relate to 17.5%, some of those relate to 0%.
Not in relation to the hotelling supplement.
In relation to the hotelling supplement.
Where's the hotelling supplement? Where's 17.5% relate
because
to?
To work out the hotelling supplement, you have to first of all work out, let me just go through, the daily means tested amount, which is in clause 319 of the bill. That works. That before you can actually determine either the hotelling supplement or the non-clinical care supplement, you have to work out the daily means tested amount, and those it's not referred to in here at all. To work out the daily means tested allowance, you have to go to clause 319.4, which refers to, I think, 10 numbers which are specified in regulation.
Which we haven't seen.
Which we haven't seen. So you can only take a guess at what those numbers are relative to the information that's provided in the stuff. So you can't, I worked it out once doing this, and then I went through the bill and you get a completely different answer.
Okay, well, we'll certainly raise that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good piece of feedback, so we'll make sure. Yep.
Paul,
Sure,
if that's
thank you
okay,
very
to
much.
Senator Allman Payne, just very quickly, if you can
Oh,
wrap
I
us
was
up.
going to say, I'm really conscious of time. I just wanted to thank all of you for coming and giving evidence. I actually think the lived experience evidence is the most important evidence that we hear throughout these inquiries, because it's one thing to make laws, it's another thing to see how they play out in a practical sense on the ground. So I want to thank you for taking the time. The only other thing I would ask is if you wouldn't mind providing a copy of your statements to the Secretariat, that would be fantastic, because I did take notes, but I also missed a few things along the way. So thank you very much.
And if there is a longer version, please
Yes,
provide
yes,
them, because I know you were limited to a very short period of time. So if you do have a longer version, I'm sure the committee would be happy to have them provided. Your very quick question?
Very quickly, I just wanted to thank you all as well, and particularly Vicki, for sharing your experiences. I have had the same and similar experiences with my own father, and I do know how hard it is and how overwhelming it can be while you try to continue your own life while you're struggling to help a parent navigate a really challenging time in their own. So thank you for sharing that.
Yes, I'm going to do a written submission, because I have a lot more that I wish to talk about in terms of having the backlog of elderly people in hospital and how I think we could deal with that a little bit better.
Can you also make sure that you put down the name of the organisation that's given you relief finally, because I think we should be celebrating those places that are making people happy.
I can tell
as
you
much
later,
as,
Anne, over lunch or something.
no, well, I think you should put it on the record if you're prepared to. If you think you've had,
I am prepared to. It's Midcroft Care, a standalone facility here in Devonport. And look, I walk into that. I visit Mum every day, and I walk in the front door, and I have a conversation with the residents as I go down the corridor. I have a conversation with the people as I go, put my head in each room, give them a wave. I do some cooking for my mum every week, and I make a batch for the man next door. And he says, "Thanks, darling. My own family don't come and visit me anymore."
It's lovely.
thank you. That's as important as anything that's been put on the record today.
Yeah. Thank you all very much for your attendance, and the committee will now suspend and recommence at 1 p.m. Okay, so I now welcome representatives of Family-Based Care Association, Community-Based Support Tasmania and the Australian Physiotherapy Association. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? And if you're appearing via teleconference, speak clearly into the telephone. And I think, Mr Dawson, you're there on your own, so I think if we hear a voice booming out, we won't need to get you to say who you are, unless you have someone else that intends to speak with you. And I'll now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement, should you wish to do so, and after that I will invite committee members to ask your questions. So if we could just have, in the first instance, for the Hansard record, your full name and capacity in which you appear today. So we might start with Mr Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Douglas James Doherty. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Family-Based Care Tasmania.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. My name is Alison Warrington. I'm the CEO of Community-Based Support.
Great, thank you. And Mr Dawson.
Hi, my name is Rick Dawson. I'm the President-elect for the Australian Physiotherapy Association.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, so I now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement, if you wish to do so, and then we'll invite the committee members to ask questions. So, Mr Doherty, would you like to start?
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Chair and Committee, thank you for the invitation to speak to you on behalf of Family-Based Care Tasmania, and thank you for coming to regional Tasmania. Family-Based Care was established as a not-for-profit association in 1986 in northwest Tasmania, and we've grown to become a multidisciplinary provider of community supports operating across Tasmania with an annual turnover of about $17 million. Workforce attraction and recruitment and retention in direct care continues to be the main challenge for our organisation. Workforce initiatives by the Commonwealth Government over the last few years have had little or no effect on the available labour force in this state. The direct care workforce has shrunk 18% over the last 3 years for family-based care, from 199 direct care staff to 177. Yet demand for services continues to increase. With respect to the current aged care bill progressing through Parliament, I'd like to make the following comments. Co-contribution. We are concerned about the disproportionate increase on everyday living, and as this will set the preconditions for increased morbidity for people ageing in their own homes. Domestic assistance is the most utilised service type currently accessed by Commonwealth Home Support Program and the Home Care Package consumer. Receiving assistance with domestic chores not only maintains a level of hygiene, healthy eating, food safety and safe living in the home, it provides for regular welfare checks by care staff. For many clients, this is the only service type they receive. Domestic assistance is to be rationed under the current proposal to no more than 52 one-hour episodes a year, while attracting a co-contribution of 17.5%. Currently, 39% of all care delivered in the Commonwealth Home Support Program by my service is domestic assistance. In home care packages, this reduces to 31%, with an average of 3 hours per week being delivered. We charge a $12 per head co-contribution for Commonwealth Home Support Program and have a hardship program that allows discounting depending on their ability to pay. On average, 60% of CHSP consumers are on some sort of fee waiver, and an average of $6 per hour. 55% of our bad and doubtful debts are currently coming from Commonwealth Home Support and Home Care Package co-contributions, with nearly $5,000 outstanding from that aged care cohort in the last 12 months. Thin markets. We are deeply concerned about the proposal in the Act to use targeted grants to resolve thin markets. It is our experience over many years that this approach inevitably does not work. Grants are often awarded to organisations who are not local and are unable to deliver promised services in the regions. We believe that an appropriate nodal pricing mechanism would alleviate the situation and allow local providers to support local communities in a market-driven environment that provides equitable access to care by consumers. Aids and equipment and home modifications. The promised access to aids and equipment and home modifications in the Act for Home Care Consumers is a hollow promise for rural and remote Australia without a tangible change in the occupational therapy workforce availability. Family-based care currently employs one occupational therapist with a wait list of 6 to 9 months for 131 clients. To the best of my knowledge, she is one of 3 funded occupational therapists under the Commonwealth Home Support Program in the state. Worker screening. We congratulate the architects of the bill for making a sensible decision and agreeing that the NDIS worker screening is deemed to be sufficient to be an aged care worker, therefore reducing the structural the reasons people don't want to become aged care workers. Advisory bodies. It appears incongruous that the bill in clause 158 exempts government entities and local government authorities from the requirement to establish quality and aged care advisory bodies. Government institutions are just as capable of ignoring aged care consumers as for-profit and not-for-profit organisations. Restrictive practices. At family-based care, we are concerned regarding the restrictive practices, their use and authorisation as set out in subdivision H of the Act. Put simply, the authorisation, control and reporting mechanisms proposed in the Act are insufficient and fall far below the standard of the requirements set out in the NDIS Act. In order to reduce confusion and promote adequate safety standards, the NDIS Act should be used as a minimum standard for the application, authorisation and approval of restrictive practices. In conclusion, I'd like to thank you again for the opportunity to speak to the committee.
Thank you very much. Ms Warrington.
Thank you, Chair, and again thank you, committee members. As I mentioned before, I'm the CEO for Community-Based Support. We're a large provider in Tasmanian terms, employing 300 staff providing home and community care to 5,000 clients. Our 13 service areas range from domestic assistance and personal care and respite to home modifications. What we do and have done since 1988 enables people to live safely in their homes and enjoy access to the community as they wish, and our work ensures quality of life is enhanced by providing services tailored to meet individual needs and goals to maximise independence. We support the introduction of the Act. It means for our clients and, of course, all older Australians continued access to appropriate and individualised care on a level playing field with transparency for clients and accountability for providers. My introduction is fairly general and less detailed, but there are two main issues that keep me awake at night: workforce and reform timeframes. So working in aged care isn't sexy like advertising or tourism, but it is fulfilling and rewarding, and it really does make a difference in the lives of our older population. We need to do everything possible to attract and retain workforce, and I wouldn't want to see the benefits and intent of reform to have a negative impact on attracting much-needed people to work in the sector. Releasing a greater number of home care packages doesn't help people receive care when we can't accept them due to a lack of resources. Removing any barriers, therefore, to entry is critical, and is particularly so in home care, which is already a second option to residential care for most workers. Acknowledging the reduction of criminal penalties, any significant penalty imposes barriers for people entering the workforce, as well as key management personnel and board directors. To timeframes for implementation, it is necessary that an appropriate timeframe for implementation is given to effectively put into action all that needs to happen, and I would suggest 12 months is an appropriate timeframe. We don't yet have the level of detail required to know the exact resourcing requirements we need, the cost of delivering services, the system and process needs, nor the cost and resource to actually work through the change. The actions required are significant. The list is long. When we do have the detail, we need to develop action plans, determine how to structure our business, given the split particularly of care management and care coordination, communicate and educate our clients, train our staff, change our standard operating procedures, make system changes which require long lead timeframes with other providers, as in software providers, resource the change process, determine how to fund it, and particularly to determine how to administer different processes, for example, grandfathered clients to new clients. We, as providers, will be left to make this work, and without any financial support indicators. It is only providers who understand the complexities and operations of our business on the ground to know what it takes to implement such change. Our clients are our number one focus, so it's critical we ensure there is no impact on those we care for, and also means their full understanding of the future of their care in every aspect. Timeframe, I believe, is a major contributor to this being a success. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Dawson, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I do.
Thank you.
I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands that I'm working on today out in Western New South Wales, the Wiradjuri people, and pay my respects to elders past and present. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I'm doing some research testing the feasibility of using Fitbits to motivate older people in residential aged care to walk more and be more physically active. At the Australian Physio Association, we believe all Australians should have the fundamental right to critical health care. I've seen firsthand the impact of physio on maintaining mobility, function, independence and quality life for older people. Although the Aged Care Act seems to prioritise clinical care, it primarily reinforces existing system deficits. Disappointingly, the Act mentions allied health only once, and it's excluded from the definition under Section 10.2a, which pertains to residential care homes for those with ongoing needs, only mentioning nursing. We propose the inclusion of clear definitions for clinical care that's inclusive of allied health. Furthermore, the bill emphasises needs assessment, but current funding tools such as the Supported Home Single Assessment and the ANAC tool only address eligibility and classification, not individual clinical care needs. And this disconnect further impairs effective funding allocation. Physiotherapy needs new and sustainable funding to support older Australians, especially in residential aged care. The extension of the short-term restorative care and the prospect of 100% government-funded clinical care are positive aspects. However, implementing pricing caps could hinder the care needs of supported home recipients, affecting care quality and workforce sustainability, particularly for older people with complex needs. The bill also lacks sufficient measures for accountability and taxpayer funding, which should target essential services like physiotherapy, and there are reports of misuse by residential care providers with no mechanisms to curb this. As a result, many healthcare professionals such as physiotherapists have lost jobs or left the sector, reducing care quality for older adults and support for nurses and their carers. So in summary, we advocate for a needs-based assessment to guide care plans, emphasising multidisciplinary care with physiotherapy at its core. And without dedicated allied health funding, clear benchmarks and ANAC spending accountability, the system could fall short of the Royal Commission's quality and safety standards. Thank you.
Thank you. I might throw to Senator Kovacic or Senator Ruston first.
Sure.
Senator Ruston, no worries, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Just back to you, Mr Doherty, you made the comment around the domestic services caps. I mean, I know we don't have the rules, but we do have the service list. So I'm interested, my interpretation of what was on that services list was they were just talking specifically about cleaning as opposed to domestic service. And I just wonder if you just give me a bit of clarity from your understanding as a provider as to what, is there a difference between the two or are they?
No, thanks, Senator. So I think I understand the question. It's broken into three segments. One is cleaning, one is laundry services, and one is other. So what is other? So that's that's my first question. And then what is cleaning? So what is domestic assistance? So for one of my staff to go into a home and do the washing up, mop the floors, vacuum the floors, change the beds, which I wouldn't count as laundering, and then clean the bathrooms or a bathroom, because it would be the main bathroom, not if there was two, not the ancillary bathroom, because we aren't cleaning the main one. To do all those tasks within 1 hour is a struggle. So the laundering component would be either the contracting of a laundry service or the actual laundering of those clothes, the hanging out of those clothes and bring sheets and etc. and bringing them in. In my personal circumstances, my father's an 85-year-old living at home with dementia. He has a home care package level 4, and he has a bowel accident 3 times a week. So it would be impossible to service him under the current arrangements. Or proposed arrangements.
Yeah, no, you're not the first person who's raised that. So I'm assuming that neither of you have had any consultation around how or have any understanding about how they came up with that 1 hour.
From my perspective, Senator, I was nominated by Senator Colbeck when he was the Aged Care Minister to be part of the expert working panel for Support at Home. I participated in that as part of some consultation, but this is news to me.
And likewise, Senator, no consultation.
Yeah. Mr Jody, you also made some mention in relation to bad debts. So I'm just interested to understand that, about where the liability for bad debts falls. And so can you just maybe just quickly unpack for me, under existing and existing legislation and under what you understand so far of the proposed legislation, how that would change and what kind of level of increased exposure potentially could fall onto a provider because of the greater responsibility in relation to
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks, Senator. In fact, in my more elaborate opening statement, I had more detail around the transfer of that collection and the transfer of that risk to the service provider. So essentially, you are correct. So under the current arrangements, the Commonwealth some time ago released an expectation that organisations would set a co-contribution around 15% of the total grant received for Commonwealth Home Support Program, and that's through various calculations how we arrived at $12 per hour for those services. That's pretty standard around the country. Then, as I said, we have a hardship assessment, which is triggered by 10%. So if 10% of your
Actually, can I just stop you there?
Yeah, sure.
There is no change to Commonwealth Home Support.
There will be.
Now, what do you know about that? Because I certainly don't know anything about it.
We know
I thought we were getting rid of it.
Yeah, we will. It will become support at home, and so these rules, the rules which are being proposed for support at home, will become Commonwealth Home Support Program. It will be absorbed into the new in 2027. That's my understanding.
Yeah, I'm not sure any of us know what's happening there, but nonetheless. But anyway, back to where you were. Yeah, sorry.
Not before.
I'm going to ask you both a question about that.
The point being that with an expectation of increased co-contribution, there'll be an increased burden on the service provider to collect those monies, and those monies will not. So we will bear the risk of the payment or lack of.
So if you've got a situation where you've got somebody now who is receiving, you're providing the service for a package, and they, through whatever means, they're unable to pay, and then they no longer need your package for whatever circumstance, they are no longer with you.
Yes.
Who's liable for that bad debt?
We are.
Right.
So if again, I'll say my father, I love using my parents as examples because they're contemporaneous and they're real.
Yeah.
If my father...
And they're not like to sue you for saying something wrong either.
If for some reason he toddles off his mortal coil and he's $4,000 in debt because he just installed a B-day and we had anticipated being able to pay that back out of the package over the next 12 months, and we do that occasionally, not just with my father but with other clients as well, because that is the nature of our charity. Then we would carry that debt.
So I'm assuming that even though you may have recourse to an estate, as an example, you probably don't choose to pursue that.
In all cases we will not pursue that.
Yeah, okay. Can I just ask you about CHSP going forward? So obviously we're talking about support at home, which will, in a sense, really at the moment in terms of its design, is only replacing home care packages, not CHSP. Do you have a view about what CHSP, or when it morphs into whatever it morphs into, needs to look like? Because I suppose my concern around here in terms of packages is, at the lowest home care package is probably around $10,000, $11,000. I'm sure you're probably supporting people on CHSP at significantly lower levels of, only just a few $1,000s, if that. How can you manage those sorts of programs of smaller amounts within the framework of home care? Are you able to provide that sort of lower, more minimal level of service under the new arrangements in terms of the structure that you're...
Senator, I'm going to answer, but I want to ask my colleague to jump in as well, because I'm sure she has a view. So if that's okay, this piece of social engineering we're about to embark upon, called the New Aged Care Bill, also takes it does what the NDIS does, and what currently happens in CHSP, that it builds a lot of the costs associated with the running of the program into the unit price. We don't know what the unit price is. We have no idea what it's going to look like, and we can make a representation. So can we afford?
You're talking about the IHACPA costing response,
But can we afford to continue to support the safety net end of which will be effectively being cross-subsidised by the home care package component or the support at home component, I imagine. I couldn't give you a clear answer because the path is not clear. The fog of war at the moment is quite thick. There are no rules. We do not understand what pricing looks like. We don't know understand what the rules are, and there are significant components of this bill which are left open to interpretation by the department in terms of writing the rules.
Yeah, I mean, there has been consistent and repeated concern about the lack of information that's contained in the detail, which is where the rubber hits the road. Did you want to add anything to those?
Yeah,
comments?
Senator, I might. I think that the benefit, if you like, of CHSP as it sits at the moment and the unknown going into the future is CHSP has been a buffer, if you like, for introductory, I'll call it introductory care, while people wait for home care packages. It was designed to only be for a specific time frame, but I can certainly say from our perspective there are a number of clients that we have that their CHSP goes on and on and on and on, much greater and to a far greater level of funding than it was probably ever designed for because of the time frame it takes for a person to get an assessment for a home care package and therefore move on to the appropriate level. So I guess if there was any concern about what that looks like, given CHSP is supposed to be consumed into a levels and a continuum of care, we don't know what that looks like into the future. So what happens to all of those clients who are sitting waiting for a home care package with an unknown, not knowing the level of detail? I think with all of this it's about, for providers, there's so much we don't know yet and we're just waiting to get enough to be able to progress to our next steps.
Can I just clarify there that it's my understanding that there's been no decisions made about the Commonwealth Home Support Program, and that will continue as it is until 2027.
So, yes, so the wording we've had is no later than 2027.
Yeah, I think that's the point.
I just want to clarify that because it seemed like you were sort of saying, well, we don't know when it's going to finish, but it will continue as it is until at least July 2027. Sorry, Senator Ruskin.
One thing just to go off this. So in terms of talking about appropriate time frames that you mentioned before, would that sort of translate to the CHSP as well? Like if there were significant changes to that, you would need like a 12-month time frame in order to implement those changes too?
Yeah, definitely. And look, I think one of the biggest things, well, I sort of mentioned a lot of them. It's about we need to educate our clients about what it means for them. We don't want to rely on the government, not for any detrimental reasons, but we're in a better position because we have that one-on-one support and the one-on-one contact with the clients to be able to educate them on what it means for them, their care, and understanding certain elements of, what we're delivering, and things like how to read their statements and how they've changed. Such a basic thing that is one of the things that we hear a lot about not being able to understand. So when we've got IT changes of a significant nature, so we have an external provider that is our source of truth platform. We have a 4-month wait when we give them a definitive scope of work that it takes them to make a change to, I'll call it the back end because I'm not an IT person, but coding and the like. So that's the one change. You can't actually stage changing in back end, if that makes sense, because we've got programs that are integrated. So here's our CRM with all of our clients, and it's also our rostering system for our staff. It's also where we do visit approvals. It integrates with our finance system. It integrates with payroll, which integrates with all of our funding mechanism, our DEX reporting, minimum data set reporting. It's all integrated. So to change anything at all of it has to change, and we're relying on external providers to do it. And as I say, one of them, which is our CRM provider, is a 4 months in itself just for that little piece of work. If you have multiple stages, we've still got to give a 4-month lead time to have those changes put into effect. And that's without educating staff, educating clients, putting training in place, rostering support workers to come in to what it means for them, changing our riskware systems, risk management systems. There's a significant amount of work, and we need to get it right.
Yeah, and if I may add to that, Senator, we are both multidisciplinary service providers. We don't just operate in aged care. Aged care represents 60% of my business income, and I imagine it's probably very similar for community-based support. So when we talk about these sort of structural change, it has a knock-on effect for other systems, and because in rural and remote Australia, we have to be multidisciplinary, otherwise we can't afford to operate.
Yeah, and we're also funded by multiple funding mechanisms, and that brings another level of complexity. So with Veterans Home Care, CHSP, home care packages, HAC, and that all has different elements of how everything happens and the complexities of even rostering people. It's quite complex and hard to explain really, but we could have a worker, a support worker that goes out during the day, for example. And so I mentioned in my opening address about how it's more complex and more difficult to attract workers to the home care sector as opposed to residential. To explain that, a residential worker will be rostered on an 8-hour shift and they just go to one place. A home care worker will have hour by hour, or 2 hours of shifts here, then they've got to travel to another place, and then here, and then here, and here. But I could have a worker who goes in the morning to a client, and how we have to work all of their payroll and everything that fits into their rostering system, but they could go to a client who is funded by CHSP. So that's a whole separate piece of coding and a whole separate piece of payroll work, and then this is funded, the next client is to do the same amount of work is funded by home care packages. So that's a whole different element of paying that person for different hours over the day, and workers are not as attracted to hour by hour with a whole lot of travel in between as they are to a residential environment. That's how complex the home care space is.
So to that end, given that you've got the same worker and potentially the same client, or the client looks similar, would you think there would be huge benefit in actually trying to streamline this down and saying this client needs this one system of operation? I mean, it strikes me as, if you could be the same worker and the same person, they could be in aged care, disability care, veterans care, or health care.
Please.
They're all getting this, especially with home hospital coming in.
Yes, please, and with the same rate of pay. Because this makes it so complex with different award rates. So I could I'm an aged care and disability provider. I can have the same worker go in and do the same work for a disability client. They get paid less at the moment. It used to be the other way around before the age increase. They get paid less for that client to do the same job as the other one who's a disability client, so it's all based on funder. And it's because we can't afford, because we did the exercise in the financial modelling, I'd rather just pay them all the same and pay the higher rate, but we actually couldn't afford it.
We do pay them all the same, but the point being, the perversion in I'm going to use that word again, perversion. The perversion is that situation happens for me in one single household. So they provide care under aged care to mum, then provide another shift to their individual's disabled son in the same house under different fundings organised. And if I didn't pay them all the same, imagine how ridiculous that would be. You're going to get $33 an hour to provide care to mum, but you're only going to get $28.50 to provide care to Jack. How does that make any sense?
Yeah, there is certainly, we should say, Professor Pervin, if you're listening to us, maybe IHACBA needs to do a single pricing model.
It's a concept of the care economy that the government crows about, that we and not just the current government, the previous government, but we have had no progress on it in reality. For service providers like us who are operating in rural, predominantly operating in rural Australia, it makes our operations more I have 3 people who do nothing else but quality reporting, like full-time staff reporting back to government. And at the NDIS Quality and Safeguarding Commission Senate inquiry, I actually said, I feel like some days it's like we have 2 departments of the environment. We have one for the sea and one for the land. Now, how ridiculous is that? But yet, we have these 2, we have the Aged Care Quality Safety Commission and we have the Disability Quality Safety Commission. I've got 2 sets of rules, none of which nexus, and we've got to cope with it all. And that increases our costs. And the independent pricing people will not consider that. They will just look at the efficient pricing for aged care and be blinkered about the rest of it.
Yeah, well, the efficient price for aged care and the efficient price for healthcare aren't the same thing, and yet they're determined by the same means.
Rustin, I might share the call in a moment. Go.
Okay.
I have one more, and
I've got one more, and then I've actually got a couple of questions for
sure.
Dr. Dawson, but we can leave that.
No.
So I'm just interested. So did you say I had one more?
You can, yeah. Oh, we'll come back to you. But
Okay,
I just
cool.
wanted to
No,
rotate.
no.
Do one more.
Okay, I was
and
just
then
going
I'll come back to you.
Yeah, just there's been a proposal that to cap the care management fee at 10%. I'm just wondering if you had a view on the adequacy of that, or the impact of the changes to that in terms of it being such a specific amount around the flexibility or delivery of what you're doing.
So I'm going to say that we haven't actually worked that out yet, to be honest, because we haven't had enough detail for the overall rules and change to be able to actually financially model what that care management looks like. It's going to be complex in terms of that split of care management and care coordination. So again, until we get all of the detail and be able to financially model the whole lot, I honestly can't tell you what the impact would be or whether that's sufficient or not. Okay. Sorry, but
and I concur with that. The only thing I've heard in workshops with the department that there's an expectation that these funds will be pooled, and they're not necessarily attributed to the individual who's utilising that source. It's pooled funding, and so therefore it's the old 80-20 rule. 80% of them won't use a lot and 20% will.
Doesn't that fly in the face of
The
the
social
idea of
engineering,
individual
yeah.
social? Why on earth should you be the ones who are socialising the government expenditure? Government should socialise it, not you guys. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Question for Mr. Doherty and Ms. Warrington. One of the goals of these changes is to promote the idea of allowing more people to age in place at home, so that we reduce the number of people potentially, or the proportion is probably a better word, because we know we're going to have more older people going into residential aged care. On the face of it, as it looks at the moment in terms of support at home, do you think the legislation meets that goal, or is it going backwards given the caps and other things? Or is it a mixture of both?
I'll go first if you like. So I think the legislation may meet the goal, but again, it's going to come back to that whole pricing and whether that's going to actually help meet the goal. So I think the intent of the reform and the wording and the structure and the regulation and compliance, provided it's a right touch sort of regulation, will meet the goal, as will the rights-based framework in the Act. The whole thing comes down to dollars, delivery of service and cost of delivering services, and what that looks like for providers.
I concur with my colleague. Tasmania is we're a state of 500,000 people. We're the most distributed population in Australia. More people live in more little hamlets around the state. I heard the CEO Coda this morning say, literally today, 50% of the Tasmanian population are now over 50. As I said in my opening statement, we are currently at the industrial capacity of the aged care system, home care system in this state to supply. That will not change. So we can write what we want to write. We can pass whatever you want to pass. The effect on the ground will not change.
Yeah, and if I can add to that too, there is a lot of discussion around providers, around sustainability, financial sustainability particularly, and there's a lot of discussion, and there have been lots of mergers and acquisitions. But my organisation, if we merge with someone, for example, you will save on administrative costs, absolutely, but there is still only, if two providers merge, a finite number of resources in support workers on the ground to still be able to deliver. That's where we have that big sticking point in terms of attraction to the sector.
18% our direct care workforce has fallen by 18%. In the next 5 years, 40% of my workforce are due to retire. We recruit every day. Every day. We induct at least 5 people every week. Do we retain them? Do we maintain them? No.
What are the blockers to retention?
The first block is sorry, Alison, can I go first? So there's for a multi-service provider like us, there's a structural blocker, which is for a worker to get over the first hurdle. It costs them somewhere between $250 and $300 just to become credentialed. So this is essentially a person who's got a Certificate 3. Even if they get that Certificate 3 for free, they still have to have a first aid certificate. They still have to have their immunisations. Still have to have a working with vulnerable persons check and an NDIS endorsement. and a national police check. It's $300. That's before they even make their application. And then they'll come to us and they need to build a roster. So even though we might be recruiting, sometimes we're recruiting speculatively. So they come to us, and as Alison pointed out, my colleague pointed out earlier, they might come to us with 8 hours of availability, and we may be only be able to offer them 3 hours of work, which is an hour in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon in the first month. And that will build. It absolutely builds, because the stats say that it will get, they'll be working full-time and overtime. But it's a slow burn, and not everyone can wait.
Yeah, we've had turnover. I've got some statistics here. We've had 67% turnover of our support workers in the 1 year. 67%.
Ours will be in the 40s.
67%, but interestingly enough, 36% of those were job abandonment. So that's where we've actually inducted them. We've had some that leave 2 weeks after we've done their induction. They don't even give us an opportunity to build a roster. Some of them go back, move interstate. Some of them go back overseas. Very large proportion of people that are overseas. Migrants, thank you. Yes, some return to their home country. Some of them have caring responsibilities. We've had 10% leave during their onboarding, so they don't even start with us. It's, I didn't really want to do this job. But job abandonment is where they just simply come in as an employee, but then they refuse shifts. It's really quite a bizarre happening, and we do a lot of exit interviews and a lot of questions. There were some that just won't answer why they're leaving, but it's...
And our onboarding costs are only significant as well, because not only do we run them through a medical, but because of the new psychosocial risks, and because we want to protect our older people, for us, we also do psychometric testing as well, so we put everyone through a personality assessment inventory. So that, there's $350 there, $250 in a medical, and then it's the time with the recruiter. So, we're talking $1,200 easily to onboard someone.
I'm just interested in the comment you made earlier about you used your dad as an example, and you said he wouldn't be able to get under the caps. He wouldn't be able to get what he needs.
No.
So
for him, his son's a CEO, so I can afford to support him. But
yeah. So I guess that sort of goes back to my first question, which was, if that's the case, are those the sorts of things that are going to make it less likely that someone can stay at home and ends up moving into residential aged care?
Yeah. So back to my original point, which was that because of the distributed nature of our population as well. So there's a I could use some example in Devonport, but there's a hamlet of about 370 people in called Waratah in Tasmania. Used to be an old, which is tin mine in Australia. A lot of the inhabitants there are probably, 20% of them would be entitled to an home care package or some form of aged care support. It's 45 minutes from Burnie to get there. It's an hour and a half, return trip. Unless you can bundle up 3 or 4 or 5 services, you're not going to go there. And this is the CEO of Advocacy said earlier, it's the same going anywhere, which is 10 minutes out. So you'll get a situation where this is why I spoke about nodal pricing. So which allows that. But if we don't, what happens? Providers like us, not that we do, will cherry pick, and we'll only take those which are within 10 kilometres of so we can service them, and everyone else can sort themselves out.
Yeah, we have that issue actually, even just, I don't know if you know the southern part of Tasmania, Kingston and the Huon Valley. So we're talking 20 to 30 minutes outside of Hobart. It's actually not far, but yet we've had visits we haven't been able to fill for support for people already. Because our workers, they just won't travel 25 minutes. And part of that is because...
They get paid for travel time?
So this is where, as a provider, community-based support actually pays kilometres and travel time, which we don't have to. Generally, other providers do one or the other. So yes, they do. We're not always actually funded for it through our funding provisions either, but we do it so that the clients don't miss out on their service. But you can't keep doing that. So it is, when we employ people, this is where we have the conversations with workers. We expect you to go wherever we need you to go. We're paying you for it. But when the rubber hits the road and we put them into a shift roster, they'll say, I'm not going to go there. It's a real barrier for some.
So in answer to your question, Senator, will it make any real difference? Like I said, I don't honestly believe it will. And that would be my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Just very quick, Mr. Dawson.
Yeah.
You said a lot of things, and I took notes on all of them, but I feel like I don't have the full picture. I'm just wondering if you could go back and just elaborate a little bit more on your initial statement around the idea that the Act reinforces the existing care model without sort of broadening out the scope, particularly around allied health, so that people, I guess, we're meeting that goal of higher quality care.
So I suppose I want to just talk about the lack of direct funding for allied health to provide services. So before ANAC was established, a small site of 50, 60 residents would have had a full-time physio doing very comprehensive care. Over the last few years, we've seen that drop down to about 1 day.
Mm-hmm.
And so now the services that we could be providing to the residents just aren't. We're doing assessments and care planning and giving instructions, but we don't have the time to do reviews when it happens. Like if somebody falls, we may not be on site for another week. We don't have time to really work with the nurses to support them on how to deliver appropriate mobility programs that have a reablement focus. We're not on site enough to deliver significant strength and balance programs to stop people falling and improving their function. And when we look at the new Act, it talks about, sorry, there's a big reverb I've got, so that's why I'm hesitating. When we look at the Act, there's no new funding for allied health, there's no new funding for reablement. We talk about funding all clinical care, but it makes it really hard for a provider to pay for allied health and physio when there's not a supplement. If you look at hotel services, they get a supplement. They're expected to pay for allied health out of the ANAC, but with the increasing burden of care staff and RM minutes, there's just not enough money to go around. And the concern we have with the new assessment at support at home, it's more about just getting them into sort of the right funding category. We haven't seen what that really looks like about assessed clinical needs. We know that that assessment's going to define what sort of services that we can ask for under the support at home. But what if there are new issues that emerge? How do we approach that and deliver these services? And so we just feel like that the whole Act, even the fact that allied health is hardly mentioned at all, just makes us concerned about the sustainability of our services within aged care.
Thank you. I'm aware of the fact that I think Senator Ruston and others had questions for you too, so I'll hand over the call.
Okay, thank you. I might just ask a couple of questions while Mr. Dawson's there. Can you talk to me about what role physiotherapists actually play in aged care, both residential and home care? Because I'm assuming there's a bit of a differential there. And then why is that important to be included in the clinical supports category for particularly that support at home program?
So physio's role is we assess their mobility and creating strategies so that they can become more independent and less need for care staff to get from A to B safely. We also deliver treatments around pain management, often a non-pharmacological approach that strengthens the person and reduces and manages their pain and helps them. Continence is really important too. One of the major reasons for admission into residential care from home is the exacerbation or the worsening of their continence, and physios are really well positioned to strengthen a person's bladder and teach them strategies on how to manage their continence. And it's all connected. When you look at support at home, what allied health and physio in particular will be able to do it's like an investment in maintaining function and preventing functional decline and more costly services. So if you've got somebody on a level 2 home care package who has got some balance issues and a little bit of fear of falling, they start to restrict their mobility and their activity, and they become more unfit, less able to wash themselves, dress themselves, get out of the house and do social programs, catch public transport, do their washing, do their cleaning, and therefore they need more and more services from the home care providers, supported home providers. So it's really important that allied health has from a clinical point of view, can work on different areas of their function to support them to be as able as possible and need as less services as possible, considering, what you've just heard from your two other speakers around, this increasing need for services from ADLs and other independent services. Allied health can be seen as a way to increase capacity and reduce the burden on care staff in both environments.
Fantastic, thank you. Maybe to Ms Warrington and Mr Doherty, I guess I sort of know the answer, but I think it would be really useful to put it on the record. What are the benefits of older Australians being supported to live independently in their community through the support at home?
Oh, there's many. So it's, they feel independent and feel like they've got some more control over their life and they're living in a familiar environment, I guess. The other thing is integration in community, provided that older people have got the type of care they need. They can be taken out to different social environments, for example, where they're integrating with people of all ages and not just older people. I've just been lucky enough to have come back from a study tour in the UK literally weeks ago, and this was all about integration into the community and about older people not necessarily moving into, there are some that need that residential and more that nursing type of care, but otherwise it's about preventative health and people being comfortable in their own environment and integrating with communities and different community spaces. So for me it's about being at home is if a person is able to stay at home and they're getting the appropriate social support, personal care and everything they need, then they can integrate with people young and old and do a whole lot of things in the community that sees them more than just living with people the same as them.
No, that makes sense,
Yeah, I absolutely concur with my colleague. The institutionalisation of older Australians does not benefit society as a whole. Society benefits by having its elders and their knowledge and just their presence enriching us. And I think it's really important that we do everything we can. For a long time, in the 11 or so years I've been working in this field, I've often been heard to comment and never really understood why 80% of the funding goes to residential aged care and 20% of the funding goes to where it's probably most effective, which is actually in support at home. Nothing in this proposal changes that ratio.
And just very quickly before I hand back to Senator Ruston, how will both of your organisations support individuals to have that choice about and control, I guess, really, over their aged care needs through the new Aged Care Act?
Happy to go first. Well, I mean, when we develop care plans for each individual, it's actually about them saying, well, this is the choices that I want and this is actually what I want in my life. After learning the whole health prevention piece of how we really need to look towards looking older people into the future, we will certainly focus on that holistic environment in terms of health prevention. What more do you need? The whole diet, nutrition, keeping fit and able and whatever a person needs to be able to live to their full capacity and live life. So we would ensure that actually their personal and individualised care plans are what they want, but also with us having a little bit of a nudge in terms of, are you looking after this sort of element? Are you getting your right diet? That sort of thing.
The whole picture.
Holistic care and health prevention.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, and again, I agree with my colleague. And add that choice and control is a hallmark of what we've had up to this point. It's certainly a hallmark of the NDIS, which is and it's great. I think it's important that we do have a more defined list of things that can and cannot be purchased under the home care. I think it's been far too open to interpretation and arguments, and it causes arguments with clients and causes complaints. And if we have a very definitive list and the department can really clear on it, it makes it easier for everyone. I see in the new proposal the itemisation, so making it, I guess, more like the NDIS in some ways. I don't think that's such a great idea because choice and control and building individualised care plans that actually consider the whole person an assessor who does a 2-hour assessment once isn't the right person to then go, yes, you're entitled to this item on this item on this item on this item on. And really, it should be more like how it is now. You get an approval, then we work with them to then understand what their needs are, understand the whole person, and then provide appropriate, well-rounded and wraparound care. So that's I guess that's the fundamental change I also see coming.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Senator Ruston, back to you to wrap us up for the. You've got 10 minutes.
You're very, very generous today, Chair. Is it Dr. Dawson? I think, is it not Mr. Dawson?
Yep.
Dr. Dawson.
Yes, it is. Just finished the PhD, so it is Doctor.
Well, congratulations. I noticed that you are particularly interested in digital, the use of telehealth and digital services to try and improve access, particularly in rural and regional Australia. And I just wondered if you could unpack that in the context of this bill as to whether the bill, in your mind, provides the kind of incentives to innovate in terms of our models of care, recognising shallow markets the further you get away from the metropolitan area.
Look, the bill does support telehealth, and I was born in a remote regional area. I ran a business, and we were constantly trying to come up with programs where we could support thin markets. There's not physios out in regional remote areas. It's really hard to get them. So that's why I wanted to go into research. And I think I do think that the Act allows for innovation. When we talk about the two other presenters, we're talking about how they really struggle to get care workers in these remote Tasmanian communities. I expect it's the same for their physios and other allied health. I think telehealth enables for assessment and care planning and problem solving and health coaching, but it does require local support. In my experience, it's very challenging for an older person just to be given an iPad and said, off you go, do a Zoom session with the physio and do your program. So I do think there needs to be supported telehealth programs, but I do think the bill is going to enable that and allow that. And I think we as a industry or a care approach need to encourage participants in resi and support at home that technology is useful and where possible it's efficient and it's just as effective as face-to-face in many instances as long as they get the support that they need. So I think the next few years, we need to continue with what COVID created, which was an impetus to really explore telehealth as a permanent tool in our care kit and not forget of the advantages of telehealth in thin markets.
Yep. Sorry, Mr. Doherty is going to say something.
Again, my learned colleague, I acknowledge his comments and I agree. But I'll also say that my father, who has been a diabetic since he was 45, and I've been through this with a well-meaning individual about telehealth. He has peripheral neuropathy and he doesn't have enough heat in his finger to operate a smartphone, let alone operate an iPad. And now he's sadly dementing, so he also can't operate an iPad. We do need those specialists. We need them to do telehealth, but organisations like us need to be able to put an AHA or a direct care worker next to that person at the same time.
Yeah, look, I think.
Totally agree.
Yeah, and I think there is certainly a perfect world where you're able to provide perfect care, but I suppose I just sort of think there are so many places in Australia. I come from rural Australia. So many places in Australia that you've got a choice of that or nothing. And the other thing too, and a question for you all in terms of while we're talking about this is around incentivisation of innovation. Now, you said Dad, because of his diabetes, has got poor circulation, so he can't use a conventional iPad or iPhone. What is there in place, do you think, in the system that incentivises tech providers, particularly med tech providers, to actually be solving for these sorts of solutions? Do you see by what we're doing in this bill as an example that there's the capacity for that kind of incentivisation of that kind of innovation to solve for Dad? Because if he could have a different piece of technology that would enable him, maybe not now, but earlier, could it have delivered a better outcome for him? And it probably was going to be a cheaper one than somebody turning up every day.
Yeah, and look, I concur with that as well. And it's the practicalities on the ground that I've experienced that I think certainly influence my opinion. But you know, there's things like the ARIA grants and other things which are, but whether they're being targeted appropriately they're mostly being swallowed up by larger institutions like universities and not necessarily being picked up by tech firms and, you know.
It wasn't so much thinking about grants. I was more thinking about if the marketplace saw that investment in technology and innovation was going to be rewarded by the system adopting it in some sort of systemic way, if it was proved, then they'll do it. If they think that they go and put all this investment in it and then because the system is sort of like activity-based or clunky or whatever, they're not. Why would they bother? Or they'll go and do it somewhere overseas. That, I suppose I was just trying to understand whether you think that we've got the settings right to try and encourage innovation.
I don't think we've got anything proactive that's encouraging innovation other than the fact that people are starting to appreciate the ageing population and the growth of that and the needs they have, and tech companies are starting to think, well, especially with the expansion of support at home, that when Commonwealth Home Support gets in, there's going to be a big market to sell to, and there's so many benefits. I think it will come, but I don't think there's any incentive at the moment other than just the numbers of ageing population and the needs they have. And just one other thing I just want to say about reablement and technology, the beauty of having a local support, like the gentleman was talking about his dad needing somebody with him. Often what happens is that professional allied health go into homes and resi care and work quite independently. When you do it with a local support worker, you can develop their skills around reablement, around what is a good diet, what is good safety, what are independence tips to keep somebody being independent at home, as well as improving strength and balance and physical activity. So building those connections, technology can be really useful in building the skill set of the workforce.
So to that end, Dr. Dawson, in terms of residential RAC, how do you see what you've just described as, through reablement and the like of those allied health workers? How do you think the decision in terms of mandating care minutes that excludes allied health is actually, what has that been the impact on older Australians in terms of their choice and control over the supports that they're receiving in terms of their care minutes for their well-being?
Well, care minutes is all about nursing and RN, and having more of that staff has been super supportive, but it's come at a cost in that allied health has been cut by 75%. We're not seeing a lot of nutrition or occupational therapy on residential. There's a little bit of physio, but we're not there enough to build relationships with the care staff and the care managers to really build strong reablement programs which become like a safety advisory system that we come in once a week and give advice. But if there was different rebates or supplement or even potentially inclusion in the care minutes, we could be there more often and building those relationships and building multidisciplinary reablement teams.
Thanks. And just before we finish, Ms. Warrington, you made a comment around the potential impact of criminal penalties, and I was just interested to understand. You made a comment about, particularly around your volunteers and people, the various people that potentially could be impacted by if criminal penalties were included. I just wonder if you could unpack that and just so we can get on the record the kind of concerns that you had, and also whether you think that the existing provisions in terms of work health and safety, banning orders and other mechanisms that are already in place for aged care, do you think that they, if enforced, are the equivalent of other care sectors in terms of the provisions that are demanded?
And that's exactly what I would have said. Thanks, Senator. Yes, I would have said that I certainly think the aged care code of conduct and other professional standards are sufficient. I think certainly the legislation, and you mentioned workplace health and safety, is sufficient. to be able to satisfy it. It's very, very difficult for what is in the sector volunteer directors on the most part. There are some boards that pay their directors, but irrespective, it's very hard to attract people into the sector already without adding another element of degree of concern in terms of the liabilities that individuals could face, particularly when there's already rigid frameworks in place, not only in legislation and, as I said, not only in the code of conduct, but also in even just our own very rigid, rigorous risk frameworks and the accreditation processes that are already in place with the regulatory bodies and the new regulatory and compliance mechanisms that we've got in place. So we don't want to disable people from entering, and my organisation, we've gone out 4 times to advertise for a board director with clinical governance skills, which is now required by the Commission, and we can't get someone. It's already a barrier without adding another element of concern to a person who is looking at personal liabilities. Then we add to that support workers that we've talked about, the challenges in the workforce that don't even earn what the proposed liability could be for an individual.
How do you think we can go about, or how the sector could go about allaying the concerns? Because we heard this morning particularly from the lived experience people and the advocacy groups, that they were concerned about the removal of criminal penalties. What do you think the sector should be doing to, or the government for that matter, to reassure people, first of all, that the Royal Commission never asked for criminal penalties, and secondly, that that all these things that you're talking about have been put in place so that they can have confidence that there are really strong and strict provisions that currently do govern through various mechanisms. Do you think there's a piece that's been missed there? Because there seemed to be this morning quite a lot of concern that somehow people who worked in aged care were going to be able to do bad things because this wasn't in there, as opposed to what you're clearly telling me is the reality are there.
Yeah, I think that's a very big educative piece in terms of what's already in place that possibly consumers or clients are not aware of. There are increased compliance obligations, and my colleague here talked about, having to put on 3 people just to manage risk. We're the same, basically, risk and compliance, because we're very serious about risk management and looking after clients. So I think it's an educative piece. I also think, apart from educating people about whether that's government and providers, about what's already in place, I think we need to do more about telling the really good stories. And certainly as a provider we try to do it, because people only hear the bad things and see where a provider, something has happened and it's not been good and the outcome's not been good, and they weren't appropriately penalised for it, if you like. So I think it's about us saying, look at all the good stuff that's happening. Really standing up on a pedestal and talking about all the really good things in the sector, apart from, you only hear the bad stuff.
Thanks, Chair.
We will have to wind it up there because we're a little bit over time. So can I thank you all for your evidence and attendance today. I don't think any of you took any questions on notice from my recollection. So no homework for you lot. So thank you very much. And we will now suspend and recommence at 2:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We good to go? Thank you. So I now welcome representatives from One Care and Uniting Age Well. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees have been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Andrew John Kinnersley, I'm the CEO of Uniting Age Well.
Thank you.
And I'm Pete Williams. I'm the Chief Executive for One Care Limited.
Thank you. I now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement, should you wish to do so, and after that I'll invite committees to ask you questions. So who wants to start?
I'm happy to start.
Okay, thank you, Mr Kinsley.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands of which we're meeting and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today to discuss the Aged Care Bill 2024. My name's Andrew Kinnersley. I've been the Chief Executive Officer of Uniting Age Well since 2016. Uniting Age Well has 12 residential care communities in Victoria, 8 residential care communities in Tasmania and rapidly growing home and community-based services, aged care services spread throughout Victoria and Tasmania. Our services supported more than 15,000 residents and clients over the last 12 months, and we employ more than 4,500 wonderful staff. Uniting Age Well is a proud member of Uniting Care Australia, which is the national body for the Uniting Churches community services across Australia. As a collective, the Uniting Care Aged Care Network is the largest not-for-profit aged care provider in Australia, looking after more than 102,000 people across the 12-month period. Across the Uniting Care Network and in my own organisation, we believe all people should experience compassion, dignity, kindness and respect as they age, and they must be able to exercise their rights as fully participating members of society. We advocate for an aged care system that will stand the test of time and that will meet the needs of older Australians and their families for decades to come. We advocate for a sustainable system where aged care providers are funded to deliver the quality of life, care, love and support that our residents and clients so richly deserve. This bill represents once-in-a-generation reform for aged care, and we're relieved it has finally been introduced into Parliament. On balance, we support the bill in its current form and call for it to be passed through Parliament before the end of the current parliamentary term. We also call for the government to urgently release the rules so that the full impact of the bill can be understood and delivered. We're pleased that the recommendations of the Aged Care Task Force are reflected in Chapter 4 of the bill, which will be integral to the financial sustainability of the sector. The fact that Chapter 4 was developed through bipartisan agreement brings great confidence to the sector and assurance that these reforms will come to fruition. Despite this, it is concerning that the government reported a forecast reduction of GDP spending on aged care from 1.5% down to 1.4% by 2035. With a rapidly ageing population and a clear need to increase and enhance aged care services nationally, as articulated in the Aged Care Royal Commission, I question the wisdom of building a material level of cost savings into federal budget forward estimates. There are a number of adjustments we recommend in order to enhance the Aged Care Bill, which are outlined in further detail in the Uniting Care Australia submission to this inquiry. These adjustments focus on pricing and funding for accommodation and residential care services, the unintended consequences of changes to supporter arrangements and higher everyday living expenses, and the accountability of the proposed place allocation system. In addition to these recommendations, we also advocate for older Australians and providers to be supported to transition to a new framework, for there to be a time limit on grandfathering rules in home support, for supported resident accommodation funding to be significantly increased, and for supported resident ratio requirements to continue so that individuals with limited means will not be left behind. In closing, I acknowledge the federal government for introducing the Aged Care Bill to Parliament. I also urge the government to provide short-term financial viability for residential care providers, noting that the full impact of the proposed funding reform will take 3 to 4 years to materialise, and that many providers have either closed or are considering closure of services at the present time. I also ask for the urgent release of another 60,000 home care packages over the next 2 financial years to address the unacceptable wait times for older Australians and their families that are in critical need of support. The current waiting times for assessment and the allocation of appropriate level packages is nothing short of system neglect, and it needs to change now.
Thank you. Mr Williams.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chair and Senators. Thank you again for the opportunity to address this committee. As stated, my name is Pete Williams. I am the Chief Executive Officer for One Care Limited, a provider of residential community and retirement services here in Tasmania, and we support over 1,000 older Tasmanians in our 3 service provisions. I'm also a registered nurse and understand the frontline challenges from an operations perspective. I'd like to start by saying that One Care supports the Aged Care Bill 2024, and particularly its focus on safety, health and the well-being of older Australians, as well as its aim to ensure financial sustainability of the sector. I'll just touch briefly on 4 key points, if I may. Firstly, we welcome the inclusion of means testing and safeguards specific to consumer contributions. Now, this approach, seen in successful international models like Japan, balance the government support and individual contributions where they are able. This is critical as we face an increasing demand for services with a rapidly ageing population, as well as a population which have increasingly complex care needs that we are to support. Secondly, the strengthened regulations and penalties. And whilst we are always committed to delivering high quality services to those in our care, I do raise some concerns around the potential burden on providers. I think the increased regulations and greater penalties, they're things that keep me awake as a clinician, but also as a leader. The burnout and departure of senior leaders within our sector is a genuine concern, and therefore it's critical that these regulations strike a balance, ensuring providers are held accountable where we should, but also acknowledging that there is psychological and physical tolls on leaders within our sector today. And this is going to be felt more so with the introduction of new regulations. Thirdly, the workforce challenges. And now One Care supports the 24/7 registered nurse cover. However, the workforce shortages and competition within the wider health sector resources make this difficult to achieve all the time. This leads organisations like One Care to rely heavily on agencies to fill the gap, but we also rely heavily on our employed staff to work overtime. Now, in my experience as a leader in the sector, but also a registered nurse, having more staff does not necessarily lead to better outcomes. It often just means you have more staff. Finally, the time required to implement such changes, as articulated throughout today, is significant, and my view and belief is that we need at least 6 to 12 months to properly educate staff, consumers and families, as well as modifying systems once we understand the rules, in order to enable a smooth transition. So in closing, I would just simply like to say One Care supports the intent of the bill and ask the committee to consider the perspectives provided today in the hope that we can avoid unintended negative impacts on services and, of course, consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Williams. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your comments. Sorry, Mr Kinnersley, you made the fatal mistake of providing a submission. So I get to go through it. Just as interested, there were a number of things that you had in your submission that I was sort of interested in just unpacking a little bit with you. Can I just note that you also, like many others, have noted that the lack of rules, and I'm sure you both will agree with this, the lack of rules provide little opportunity to really dig into the detail and be able to make any comment on the actual where the rubber hits the road with this. But actually, to both of you, one of the things, and one of your key recommendations was increasing in the accommodation supplement for supported residents. I was just wondering, do either of you know in your facilities that you operate what a room costs you to run? So in relation to the application of either a DAP or AD or the supplement, how that actually deals with the cost of the room? Because I noticed, Mr. Kinsley, you said in here that you made the comment about if you had a 40% supported residency, it was $69.49 a day, which relate to $300,000. But in many instances, you're probably talking $700,000. So you're talking about half. Does that mean that the amount that you're paying in a DAP, you require the whole lot? Does that mean that the $69 or the amount that you're getting for your supported resident is inadequate? Because how do you know if you don't know what your room costs? Or do you know what your room costs?
Well, it varies from one facility to the next, obviously. So and there's a lot of things you need to take into account. For example, the depreciation on your buildings, which is a really key part of it in terms of trying to build a business case that actually makes sense and is viable over a 20 or a 30-year period. So. Do we have a raw number? No, and I'd take that on notice in terms of going back and doing some more work on it. But what I would say is, based on our depreciation, based on our costs of maintenance, based on everything that we do know, the gap is significant, particularly
supported.
Certainly for supported,
okay.
and what we're seeing at the moment. With based on a $500,000 RAD, the DAP's around $114 a day, so that's $50 difference between a supported resident and a DAP paying resident.
Yeah, but I mean the question here is really about we've got the DAP, we've got the RAD, we've got the supported resident payment.
Yep.
They're all completely different numbers.
Yep.
And in some instances they relate to the cost.
Yep. In
the terms of RAD and DAP. Supported resident, doesn't matter if you're in $1 million place or a $200,000 place, it's still the same.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand how on earth can we ever nail that to the ground and get an understanding in terms of what is a reasonable expectation when we don't know what each room costs. Yeah. Now, I get the fact that a room in Devonport is going to be different to a room in Hobart and different on the North Shore of Sydney, but each and every one of those facilities should actually have within reason, a number that relates to depreciation, maintenance, operation, cost of capital, etc.
Absolutely.
Nobody seems to be able to answer that question for me.
Yeah, I think, and I'd be in the same boat. I'd take it away and do some more work on it, but it does vary so much from one site to the next. But what we're seeing as a guide with current builds that we've been working on, and we've got 4 projects on the go at the moment, we're looking at a $500,000 per bed spend on, say, a 40-bed wing. That's as a rule of thumb, $500,000 to $550,000. So in terms of the time to recoup that type of investment, and you work on, say, a 25-year lifespan of that extension, then you factor that in, and you can work that back to a daily number. Have I got that on me today? No.
Yeah, I suppose the question then comes down to the degree of cross-subsidisation that the government is expecting you to do because of the supported supplement amount.
And it's significant. Like if we go back on our numbers over the last few years, I look at it as CEO. I look at it across all parts of the business, and we try and get as close to breaking even as we can, which we haven't done successfully over the last few years. But I look at it and I say, okay, I don't break it into accommodation and care and hotel costs, and in terms of saying, okay, yeah, we make money there and we don't. I look at it as a total, and there's a lot of cross subsidy from one part to the next.
We shouldn't be asking you to do that.
No.
And thank you for doing it, but we shouldn't be asking you.
And that's, look, at the end of the day, I guess that's why we're here with the funding reform. It's completely non-viable based on the current level of funding across the board, and we certainly welcome the changes that have been brought forward.
Yeah. Your second one is in terms of the indexation of the DAC payment. What sort of impact would indexation on DAC have? Because, I mean, it's obviously only for those people that are partially supported. So is that likely to have a significant impact?
I think it's around the edges, but I think the more important thing, Senator, is that we're trying to keep a level of parity between the different types of residents that we've got. When you look at it in terms of the daily accommodation payments that are made for partially supported, for me, the indexation. It's no good having the DAPS being indexed and the DACs not being indexed. Similar with the supplement for our fully supported residents. That gap, I was working some numbers today. If we look at a $750,000,
you don't want to do that.
RAD, well, that's the thing. And you look at it, so there's a $35,000 annual difference between a supported resident and a full RAD paying resident or a DAP paying resident. So my concern and our network's concern is that supported residents will get left behind if we don't significantly increase the supported supplement.
Yeah, and which makes your recommendation 3 self-explanatory. And please, Mr. Williams, if you want to dive in on any of these, the only reason I'm going through this is that just that Mr. Kingsley gave me a lovely thing to run through. You made the comment here in relation to provide a disclosure of higher prices. Now, there was a recommendation in the task force that said that those higher prices could only be asked for or disclosed post the person being accepted as a resident, and yet you here have asked for it to be able to be done before. Just wonder if you could unpack that a little bit as to what is the rationale behind that recommendation.
There's a number of reasons, Senator, with regards to this. My concern is, and some of my colleagues within the network share this concern, is that we lack, by not having that conversation up front, there's a transparency issue. There's a lack of capacity for residents and their families and supporters to go and compare from one side to the next. So, what are all the services? What is the cost of those services? What are my options as a new resident? To find that out after you've been admitted, I just question the wisdom of that in terms of saying, okay, we've got this rights-based act or bill before us that you look at and say, okay, one of the key pillars is choice. And we're sort of taking that choice away a little bit with regards to the way this is structured. And I just think there's a better way. That's our recommendation in terms of saying, okay, we should be able to have upfront conversations and be fully transparent and be in a position where we can. I know there's different people have got different views on it. We went live with additional services at Uniting Age 12 months ago. It's been a really successful project in terms of being able to increase the level of services. Our community feel within homes is significantly better than what it was. I can count on one hand the complaints I've had across the 1,500 beds that we've gone live with. And it feels, for all intents and purposes, as a system or part of the system that's actually working pretty well, and we're sort of looking at throwing it out. And for me, that's something that I think needs a bit of a rethink.
Okay, no worries, we certainly can have a look at that. Your recommendation 5 in relation to ensuring providers continue to meet their ratios in terms of supported residents, sort of in a sense, unless you actually do 2 or 3 that delivers on 2, which delivers on 1, that's sort of it. I'm sort of trying to understand how that's a standalone recommendation, because you can hardly be recommending that without, in the absence of reform on the amount that's paid, because one will cause the other to happen.
So there's a different overlap, obviously,
yeah.
and the one follows the other, as you rightly point out. We just felt like it needed to be a standalone recommendation just to reinforce the importance of it. We are genuinely concerned that supported residents will get left behind if the changes that we're putting forward don't flow through. I think the 40% rule has been a good one. I think it gives CEOs a genuine target and something for us to work through. I looked at our numbers this morning. We're right on that 40%, and we oscillate between probably 40% and 45%. If that disappears, I think that's a step backwards.
I don't think there's any proposal for it to go. I think your point, though, is
to reinforce it.
Yeah. I mean, the challenge, of course, is as your RADs and DAPs continue to provide greater and greater funding opportunity for your RAC, and you don't do anything about your supported payments, then you end up in a situation one day where you go, well, even that supplement's not worth me bothering.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Okay. Point taken. In terms of the place allocation decision making for the systems governor, can you just explain exactly what you mean by that? So, in terms of imposed timeframes. Are you talking about imposed timeframes by which the person who is going into your home gets the approval from the systems governor to go in?
Correct.
What is it at the moment? How long? Give me a worst case scenario of how long it could take between somebody you working out you can take that person and them getting the approval.
So look, this is something I'm really passionate about. We're seeing examples of where people are waiting up to 12 months, sometimes longer, to actually get an assessment. They then have a package allocated, and we're seeing examples of where it's taking 12 months after assessment to actually get the package allocated, is what I'm trying to say. It's just not good enough. It really, as a system, it's not good enough. Having been through, personal challenges with my own family over the last year, and you see people that are at crisis point before they enter the system, and then they're waiting potentially 12 months for an assessment, and they get assessed as qualifying for a package, and then they're waiting potentially another year. And if you've had a parent going through declining health, 2 years is a long time. And for me, what we're saying is we think there should be a 30-day limit on this to actually make the decision. And there's nothing that I can see in the draft bill, and might be in the rules as we move forward, I don't know. This is something that I think there should be more accountability. There's a lot of accountability built into providers and built into responsible persons. What about the accountability on the department in terms of, as we move forward, to say, well, okay, put a time frame on it, put a 30-day time frame to say, well, okay, people have gone in and they've applied for a package, or they've started the process. Get some time frames around it, because at the moment there's not. I can't tell you, and I don't know if you said, but I don't, in terms of how long do people wait for an assessment? I don't know what the answer is, but we talk to people and they say we've been waiting for a year.
Yeah. The average timeframes are quite high. We know, as we sit here today, about 69,000 people have been approved and don't have a package.
Yep.
And that doesn't include those people that have got a package, but it's
not.
Well, the people waiting for the assessment, people waiting to get the package, or people who've got either a lower level package or they're on CHSP waiting to get the package that they've actually been approved for. So the whole system, but it goes to that point around the difference between a demand-driven system and a ration system.
Yep.
And so, what we've got here is the worst of a rationed system. Can I just, look, I understand why you've said 2040. 60,000, I just said 69,000. That's obviously you and I talking the same language.
Yeah.
But, for where you, and this is a question to you both, where you have your homes, if you, or your operations, if you could have all of the packages that you needed for the people that you know that are assessed and in need within your community, would you be able to meet the demand through workforce?
I think now, yes. A year ago, no. What we've seen in the last 6 to 12 months is a rebalance of the workforce, and it's far less critical than what it was. My answer is yes, and it depends on the phasing and the timing of that release of packages. If 20,000 were released overnight, you're not going to manage it, but over a structured and a measured allocation process over a 12-month, 18-month period, absolutely, I believe they can be picked up. I know within our organisation we've set ourselves up to grow considerably over the next few years. So I think there is capacity there.
Sorry, Mr. Williams?
I guess from One Care's perspective, we are challenged in different parts of the state. So depending on location is really a driver for capacity. And I guess the capacity is not so much, well, it is around obviously workforce, but it's all the peripheral things like housing and public transport and access to GPs, and to attract people into our services from the mainland, for example. As a provider, we've had to purchase properties in order to house people. That's been a strategy, but again, not every provider has the capacity to do that. And so I think from a Tasmanian perspective, we would be really pushed, I think, to meet the demand if it was to happen really quickly. Agree with Andrew about a phased process of packages coming online gives you a greater capacity. to manage it. But I would say that we would struggle at the moment to meet the requirements purely from a workforce perspective.
Yep. Have either of you got enough information to be able to get any indicative idea of the kind of cost on your organisations associated with the proposed reforms, or is there still not enough detail for you to know that?
Yeah, look, I mean, the level of detail that we have is really minimal. I don't have the granular sort of clarity to answer the question confidently, apart from saying on the surface, it does look like there is some benefits because of the locations to our residential care services, but there are a whole range of rules that we just don't know yet, so I don't feel I can answer that confidently.
Yeah. Okay.
We'd be in the same boat, Senator. The IT costs will be significant, and know that you've heard that from other panel members as well. We don't have a figure on that, and I don't think until we know more detail we'll be in a position to know that. What I will say is the costs are going to be extreme as we move through the next 12 or 18 months to put this level of change through an organisation like ours. Like as I said earlier, we're a 4,500 staff organisation. We're across all types of aged care service. We're in all regions in Victoria and Tasmania. It's a big deal to put this level of change through. It'll be a lot of staff involved. It'll be a lot of IT involved. There'll be no change out of $2 or $3 million for our organisation. So we put up a hand and we say, well, okay, there's been allocations made within the budget to the department, for example, $1.2 billion, as I understand it, over 5 years for IT upgrades. What about the providers in that? This is a really significant change and we've got to get it right. And we certainly ask for support and significant support as part of that.
Yeah, please, cool.
A number of people have spoken and, around, as you have, around supporting these changes, but obviously there needing to be the adequate and appropriate time for implementation, and obviously so given the costs that you've just outlined.
Yep.
Could you give an indication of what kind of impact it would have on your organisation if you didn't have that adequate lead time, if you didn't have the 12 months, to implement the appropriate changes, what would happen to your business and to the delivery of services?
It's a really good question, and I don't think we really know, to be honest. But what I would say is there are some things that can go live from 1 July. There's a lot within this Act that we're already doing, across our services, and I know other providers are in the same boat. We don't look at the Act with a great deal of fear, except for some of the significant changes, the things like supporter changes. We're confused as to how that's going to play out. That's a big deal in terms of our staff at the coalface that are dealing with families and residents and supporters at the moment. We've got a really clear set of rules. There's clarity to a degree, and some people fall through the cracks where they don't have a support network in place. What's proposed, in my read of it, looks a bit confusing. I think there's a lot of questions, there's a lot of conversations. I think there's a lot of unintended consequence from it. We need time, I think, as a sector and as a government and a department to work our way through that, because it's the sort of thing, if you get it wrong, it'll be really messy for families, it'll be really messy for residents, and it'll be really messy for providers. And we look at it and say, well, okay, based on what we know and the complexities of relationships from one family to the next, you're looking at say, is that going to work in 6 months' time? No. Or 9 months' time? No. So we would absolutely say that is an area that needs a level of phasing in over a more appropriate time frame.
I might just share the call.
I'll probably come back. Oh, sorry, Mr. Williams wants, and then I'll share the call. Yep. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, if I could just adding on to that. I think from where I'm sitting, and something that I made mention was the impact on the changes when it's so significant and yet the detail is missing from a leadership perspective, because our governing boards expect CEs to be across and to support and enable. Also then from a workforce perspective, the workforce are looking up to ensure that there is confidence. But from a consumer perspective and their families, when there is a lack of understanding, when there's no clarity, then the trust loss occurs again. And I think we've been through such a tumultuous time over the last few years. The impact, I think, would be more around how the industry is perhaps perceived, because things are being pushed through at a rapid pace. We've dealt with significant changes over a very short period of time, and the burnout factor for me is a really critical one. My fear is good people who have the knowledge and capacity walk away from the sector because of the impact.
I might go to Senator Allman-Payne, and I'm sure we'll have some time left to come back if necessary. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of questions. Just interested in relation to each of the residential care facilities that you have. Do you have an idea of the percentage of residents that would be on a DAP versus a RAD versus partial RAD DAP?
Yeah, I do. I'm happy for me to go first. So I ran the numbers this morning on that. We've got, as at today, we've got across our 20 homes, we've got 40% supported, fully supported. We've got 41% RAD payers and 19% DAP payers.
And I don't
Can you just do that again?
Detail.
So it was 40% supported as concessional residents, 41% as RAD payers, and 19% as DAP payers.
And how many of those RAD DAPs are partial, or do you count the partial in the 40%?
Have to take that on notice.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'd be
Penny.
interested to know. No, that's all right. Is it possible to get that information on
Yes.
notice, Mr.
Yes,
Williams?
it is.
Great, thank you. Mr. Williams, you talked about regulations and penalties as a source of burnout. I'm just wondering whether, is it the regulations or the existence of penalties or both?
Look, in my experience, it's both. I think understanding that there is need for regulation, no one's questioning that, but it feels incredibly heavy around that. And I guess as the CEO for my organisation, there are times where I think about the 1,000 staff that we employ and how can I be overly responsible for actions that somebody does at the front line that may be in contradiction to what the regulations are. And it's those types of things is what concerns me when you start thinking about, well, as a key person in the organisation, there is accountability with me and the board because of an action that's taken at the front line. That's really where, for me, it just sits heavy, and often it's a source of concern when you are reflecting on practice.
Yeah, I guess, like we had older people with lived experience here earlier today, and they talked about the anger, actually, that many are feeling, that there's a lack of enforcement of serious penalties when things go badly wrong. And the feeling is that, why are older people different? So, for example, I was a teacher. I can be criminally responsible if I don't pass on information even. You know, it's that level of stuff. If a kid's in childcare, there's nothing in the childcare contract that says, well, you're exempted from, recourse in the courts if things go seriously wrong. And I guess my question is, why are older people different, and why is it the case that, because we're talking about aged care, that people working in those sectors should be treated differently to people who work in a range of other sectors?
Look, my response is to that question, and it is a good question. I don't see that it's different, but I do see that there is existing regulations around workplace practices, around professional responsibilities. There's a whole range of things that already govern that. So, as a clinician, I'm certainly responsible for providing safe care, and if I breach that, I've got a personal responsibility. Accept that. I just think when reading through the new bill and I guess some of those penalty provisions, they just feel like they are excessive comparative to other sectors and services. So I'm not discrediting that we should have them, and I think there is a need for a level of. It feels to me, though, that the level of penalties just is excessive for the care provisions. If I personally do something that is harmful to another human being, of course, there needs to be that accountability. But the way it sort of feels right now, it scares people to come into the sector, and it certainly pushes a lot of experienced people to leave the sector. And I think that's what we don't want. Because without experienced leaders, you end up, I think, in a much more complex scenario where we'll see more things go wrong, and perhaps then not be able to support the older Australians that is rapidly ageing and the needs that we have in Australia.
Did you want to add? Yeah.
Senator, as well. The way the original penalties were drafted in the exposure draft that came out earlier in the year, I think we would have had a walkout of senior staff based on where they were at, and that was the reality. You know, talking to board directors, to CEOs, to executive staff in particular. If you're on the back end of your career, like some of us might be, you look at it and say, do I really want that risk? Because a lot of things can happen at the coalface that you can't necessarily control. You can have all your systems in place. There was a lack of clarity. Well, okay, when would that be triggered? So we were, at a personal level, I think there's a great relief in the senior levels of the system that things have been changed. I don't necessarily look at the current criteria and say that's overly onerous. I think the reach in terms of what part of the organisation it reaches into, I think is too far. I was reading it again today in terms of the responsible persons, in terms of like what do we actually mean by a responsible person when we look and say, okay, all these things around risk management and incident reporting systems and having controls in place and quality and care in place and governance in place. That's not the care manager at a site's responsibility. That's my responsibility. That's my executive team's responsibility. And when you read it, I think that's an area that needs to be tweaked. You look at it and say, okay, my reading of it is when it says the person responsible for nursing, if I've got a site manager who's not a nurse, that next person down the ladder in terms of hierarchy is a care manager. They're flat out running the site. They don't have time to be managing all the compliance and everything that sits there because we've got other people that do that. Maybe in a smaller service, yes, but in a large service, that doesn't work. And I think that's something that needs some attention in terms of what is in and what is out. And I just think that needs more clarity.
What about the exclusion around the rights in that it basically takes away people's rights to access the courts and the like if those rights aren't being met? Because I think that's a criticism, particularly from consumers, that it's essentially excluding their consumer rights that they would have in other consumer arrangements and agreements.
I'm not sure how to answer that one. I'm sorry.
Because, I mean, that one strikes me as odd. Like, you know, if people are making a contribution, they're paying for a service in effect, and yet this very explicitly says, but you don't have the same rights as everybody else has in relation to a consumer agreement because they're excluded.
I don't think you'll find that's right, Penny.
Well, what does that mean?
Okay, so I think what you find, this is not explicit in the Act, but I think you'll find from the evidence that we've seen, nobody's excluded from the law of the land. You're making it sound like something's excluded.
They can't rely on those rights in that, otherwise there'd be no need for the exclusion.
No, I don't think that's correct, but I'm happy to take legal advice on it for you.
What I would say to that is, as is currently the case, if we do the wrong thing, we can be taken through the courts and action against us for not meeting our obligations. So there's a whole range of penalties that are built into the system that are significant. Financial penalties. We can lose our provider registration. We can have sites closed. We can have staff.
I guess I'm talking about the consumer.
Yep.
Because one of the things that's clear at the moment is that we have a system where there are a bunch of systemic responses. The question is, what is the response to the individual, the redress and the like? And so the question that's been asked is whether this exclusion means that individual people who have suffered harm are precluded then from seeking redress, which is different to the systemic response that the regulator is going to bring down on the organisation or the people within it. But maybe we need to get some more clarity around that. So, because I'd very much like to understand that better, because otherwise the question is, why is it there?
It would look like an additional layer, perhaps, because it would be no different to somebody in a hospital. As an example, if you sit on a hospital board, you don't have criminal liability, but if you sit on a board of a nursing home as a volunteer, under those measures, even though you're not being remunerated, you're doing it as a volunteer, you could face those penalties, both civil and criminal.
There's been concerns raised about the exclusion from others, so it'd be very interesting to understand, but thank you for your evidence in relation to that. Mr. Williams, you also noted that you thought it was welcome that there was the means testing, the idea that getting people with more capacity to pay more. We had evidence from a gentleman earlier today who's actually gone through and looked at how a lot of that works, and he's made the point that he's disappointed that it actually pretty much caps out at $1 million worth of assets, and beyond that, whether you've got 1 million, 2 million, 10 million, 30 million, nobody's contributing anymore. And I guess the point he was making is that it's essentially the people in the middle who are now being asked to contribute the most in comparison. So I'm wondering if you have any views about whether it should in fact cap out.
The view that I have, I think, really sits around, I think we are all still seeking this clarity around the specifics of the rules. In principle, though, I do agree that where there is capacity, what that might look and feel like, having safety mechanisms so that those who can't afford still aren't left behind, was really what my intention of that statement was. And I think where there is capacity, having seen examples where it does work well internationally, makes sense to me as a clinician, simply because I think if there is a total reliance on government funding with an ageing population, we know that's not sustainable. So there must be a way in which people can contribute somehow, according to their means and needs, of course. So, yeah.
Are you able to, which international examples would you say are good ones?
In 2022, I was awarded a Churchill Fellowship in Tasmania, and then in 23, spent some time researching from an international perspective through the UK, Scotland, Ireland and Japan. And I made mention of Japan because of their long-term program that they have, where it's a contribution made by the communities after a certain age to enable access, because they have one of the highest ageing populations, we know that. And they made a decision many years ago recognising that government funding was going to run out. And so the way in which it's different to what's being proposed in the Australian bill, but the concept there is that there is a percentage of monies paid by the community, those who are employed over the age of 45, they continue through, and it's accessible then at 65. So when you look at the way the Japanese system works, a large part of the funding for the aged care provisions actually comes from community funding.
Yeah, so in that case it's more like a levy, but the levy kicks in when you're a bit older.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Just one more question. Noting, Mr Kennesley, your comments about, I think it was recommendation 7 in relation to increasing home care places, given the massive wait list.
Yes.
And I know actually when we questioned the department about wait times, it's very difficult to get information from the department about how long people are actually waiting for an assessment. It seems that all the timelines that they keep data for start to run after. So I was very interested in your further reinforcement that the time to get an assessment is also blowing out. The Inspector General noted in their evidence yesterday that the Royal Commission had said we need to move towards a total restructure to a system that is a needs-based, demands-driven system as opposed to a rationed system. And he made the point that, notwithstanding that he's very supportive of the fact that this Act is being introduced and it does need to move forward, that the Royal Commission did say we needed to move to a demand-driven, needs-based system. Just wondering what your thoughts are. I do note your comments about the fact that it would take some time to ramp up. But is it your position that ultimately, if we got to a point where we got rid of the waiting times to your 30-day wait that you're suggesting, that that's where we should move to a needs-based system, so that ultimately we're not rationing packages? Would providers be able to manage that once the backlog's cleared?
look, absolutely, it's where we should be heading, and effectively, if we get to a tighter time frame, that's what we'll achieve. It's an interesting dynamic in terms of what, we're right across Victoria and Tasmania. Our capacity is different from one region to the next, but what I'm saying as at today, I think there's a capacity with the system that we're working with to absolutely absorb that over time. And I go back to my earlier comment, Senator, in terms of having a measured and phased approach to everything we do. It's no good dumping a heap of packages on the system, because it's happened before in the past, and suddenly there's this urgency to push packages into the system. So clients receive the package and they're on the phone to 100 different providers and no one can take them because they've been rushed into the process. So they're things that I just think we need to be smart and be measured in the way that we go about things.
But that's where we should end up?
Very much so.
Okay. Do you have a view, Mr Williams? All right. Thanks, I'm done.
Oh, sorry, I was... Back to you. Yes, indeed. Just a couple of other little not rats and mice, but not part of the mainstream discussion. We were speaking earlier to a couple of home care providers, and I'm just wondering, with the changes that are proposed in the new bill, and talked about the transition time and the cost of systems implementation, one of the other issues that was raised was around bad debts and the increased contributions that are likely to come from consumers, which means they sit on your books. Is there any concern amongst either of your organisations about the increase in the likely exposure to bad debts?
And from One Care's perspective, that is a focus across residential and community services, and we've got processes and provisions in place to minimise and maintain a very healthy position on that. I don't see that changing at all moving forward in terms of just how it's managed. But there are certainly numerous examples where costs are absorbed by the company just in terms to close out bad debts when we've needed to do that.
But I suppose my question was more around, with the increase in contribution from the consumers, I mean, obviously your bad debt exposure doesn't come from the government, at least I hope it doesn't, that if you've got an increase in contribution, particularly when it comes to home care, is there any concern around the greater exposure there, because you'll be holding, there'll be more contribution from consumers, and whether there is any consideration around risk mitigation around that, and whether that'll have any impact on the change in behaviour about how you deal with your clients or residents?
I don't think it'll change behaviour. I'll just talk about our own organisation. I think you're 100% right, Senator. The cost of bad debts will go up just as a common sense. You've got more money tied up in terms of revenue coming in. You're going to have an uplift in it. I'm not concerned about it. It's something we'll need to manage, and probably manage maybe a little bit differently than what we do at the moment, but it's not something that we're sitting here today saying like, that's a major problem that's going to jeopardise services or anything like that.
Yeah, okay, cool. The other one was around, I suppose it's probably a two-part question. One is around existing regulation, compliance and reporting, about whether you have a view on the balance now as to whether all of the things that you're required to do by either by the Quality and Safeguards Commission or Safety Commission or by the department, whether we've got the right balance between making sure that we've got safety and compliance and confidence right, and we're actually delivering the maximum amount of hands-on care that we possibly can for older Australians, because we obviously know that's the ultimate goal. Do you think the balance is right there, and are you concerned that the new Act is likely to change that balance in any way?
I would say at the moment it feels okay. There's been times where it hasn't been, and it's just been reporting overload. We're lucky in Nightingale. We've got a really good data warehouse. We've got good people in our systems teams, so we've got an infrastructure to help support it. I do worry about smaller providers and how they cope with some of the data requests that come out. What I would say and what I would request thought goes into is questioning everything that we do, rather than just continue to report for the sake of reporting. Who's reading it? What are they doing with it? Where does it go? I don't think there's enough accountability, to be honest, on the department in terms of the volume of information that goes in as to whether it adds value, whether it changes things. I've talked about, and I'll talk about it again in terms of the wait times. They're the things we should be talking about. We should be asked, okay, what's of all the admissions for home care over the last 6 months, how long have people been waiting? What's been their experience? We don't tend to report in on some of those things. So I think there's opportunity for change. I'd love there to be a forum where we can actually sit down and look at all the reporting that's required and say, which of these reports actually adds value to the system? Because I bet you there's a big percentage that just goes into a void that no one's actually doing anything with.
In your experience, has anybody ever actually asked your residents or your clients as to what they want in terms of the kind of information that would be of value to them? I mean, I think of things like, obviously the star ratings has had a lot of focus on it, but like the monthly reporting. Does anybody ever, I'm sure you speak to your clients, but has anybody actually sat down and said to them, of all of these things that are currently for you, what are the things that you actually gain value out of?
Yeah.
No, definitely. Obviously with the introduction of the consumer advisory bodies, that's been required, and a real focus then on data itself. Our organisation has significant mechanism of sharing data back with residents and families that we're capturing about them, because it's their stories. Everything that's a dot on a graph is really a resident story. And so as part of that mechanism is looking at what's important to them, and then being mindful or reflective of what that might look and feel like. Although I would like to just add on to the earlier comment though, the balance, I think, of what we've got and what we're doing and where does it go is a really good question, because things like saying that you're compliant with care minutes is great to tick the box, but when you dive into the cause and the impact and the effect, that was in one of my earlier comments, more people doesn't mean you have better care, particularly when you're using excessive agency, who don't know your processes and systems, or you've got staff that are working overtime and extremely tired. Error will happen, just because we're putting humans into a capacity of being overworked and overburdened. So I think there is room for a review of the data that we provide through to the Commission and to the Commonwealth, and understand how can we do it better. But the point being, I think you've got to have good IT structures and systems to create efficiency, because smaller providers really do struggle to do that on the side of the desk when they've also got other things that they're trying to do, when you don't have resources, human resources to assist.
So to that end, in terms of RAC, do you think that the mandating of RNs and everybody else, as opposed to allowing sort of a recognition of the skills and services provided by ENs and allied health, notwithstanding the fact that we eventually got the 10% uplift in October, went to ENs, but I don't know why we came up with 10%. One assumes it was because that's what the uplift was. Do you think that we're delivering the best care? Well, are you being forced to deliver care that is suboptimal because you are restricted by those mandated requirements?
I would say no, we're not.
Okay.
Do I agree with how it's currently structured? Look, we've got more people on the ground, which is great. We've got more carers, we've got more nurses. I think that needed to happen, and having a minimum level of RNs, I think, has been really important, particularly the 24/7. To not adequately recognise ENs, I think, is a mistake. We've got wonderful ENs in the system. I think the system has treated them poorly by not recognising their skill set. I look at an EN who's got 30, 40 years experience compared to a graduate nurse, and there's a really significant wealth of experience there with the EN compared to a young nurse who's just out out of university, and I don't think that balance is right. I don't think the balance is right with regards to allied health as well, as you touch on. So, look, I think we're adjusting to the system. We've had critical workforce shortages over the last 12 or 18 months, and as I said earlier, I think it's rebalancing now, which is great. And we're in a situation, I know each provider is probably different, but we're pretty close on a consistent basis now across all their homes in terms of meeting the mandatory minutes. My concern up front was that we were turning Resi Care more into a clinical system than into a quality of life system. You know, and I look at, you know, I've spent time at 6 of our homes in Tasmania this week, and I look at the community environment that's been created. I look at what the lifestyle assistants do and the lifestyle coordinators do. I look at what our hospitality staff do. It's a village approach to it, and there's a magic in that. And I just hope that over time we're still able to do that as we move forward. And I think, look, that's where I think the funding reforms are so important, is it gives us viability to do the value adds that we otherwise wouldn't be able to do. Because on the current funding, we can't afford to do the things that we're doing at the moment. I've got a really patient board who looks at our monthly financial performance and says that's not so good. But we're doing things that we can't afford to do at the moment, and you know, that's got a time horizon on it before you run out of cash. But you know, we've been confident that these changes would come through that we're seeing with the bill.
Do you want to add to that, Mr. Williams?
No.
Yeah. Can I just say just one final question? You made some comment about not capping the grandfathering of home care. I just wondered where that came from.
Yeah, it's something we've talked about as a network within Uniting Care, and one of the concerns that we share is if you've got a home care client that is in the system for a long period of time, let's call it 7, 8, 10 years they're in the system. As providers, we're running two systems. You know, we talk about the system costs and we talk about the administrative costs. We question the wisdom of running two systems for such a long period of time.
It's a cost and inconvenience
It's an absolute, duplication of work, and it's just about putting the question out there. So, like, is there merit? Is there wisdom in saying that there should be a 3-year cut-off period, for example? Well, it's something we put on the table just to hopefully further some discussion on it. So, like, have we got that right? Does it make sense to be 7, 8 years down the track and running two systems? We can do it, but does it make sense?
Yeah, look, I'll tell you what the rationale behind that decision was that the one thing that we heard loud and clear in terms of feedback from older Australians is that they don't like the goalpost change after they've started the game.
Yeah.
And so anybody who was already in the process of aged care, who had either been approved for or was receiving either home care or residential care, but particularly home care, they've started their aged care journey, as opposed to their ageing journey, their aged care journey, and there was a very strong sentiment that they didn't want to change. But I think it's worth hearing what you're saying in terms of being mindful of the costs and associated with maintaining those systems for long periods of time. So we'll certainly take that on board.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Very
Chair.
nicely rounded up, Senator Ruston, not on time. So I think that now concludes this session. Thank you for your evidence today, and I think there was a couple of questions taken on notice. So if I can tell you that the committee will report on the 31st of October and request that answers to questions taken on notice are provided to the committee secretariat by the close of business 14th of October. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So, oh, you're off. Okay, great. Well, not great, but we'll see you later. I got the intent. I now welcome representatives Representatives from the Tasmanian Department of Health, thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. Dale Webster, Acting Secretary of the Department of Health of Tasmania, appearing on behalf of the Honourable Guy Barnett, who is Minister for Health Tasmania.
Thank you, Mr Webster. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. And I'll now invite you to make a statement, and after that the committee members may ask you some questions. So thank you, Mr Webster.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you for this opportunity to appear on behalf of the Honourable Guy Barnett. Tasmania strongly supports the bill, and particularly in its intent to deliver better outcomes for older people through a person-centred approach which responds to the key themes of the Aged Care Royal Commission, that older people must be treated with dignity and respect. We acknowledge the bill's intent to give effect to many aspects of the Commonwealth's aged care reform agenda, and we are supportive of the rights-based approach that underpins the bill. I consider many of these rights are also applicable to older persons prior to their entry to the aged care system and are an important part of informed advanced decision-making. Tasmania has the oldest and fastest ageing population of any state or territory in Australia. Older Tasmanians enrich our communities and provide a wealth of diverse knowledge, skills and experience. The Commonwealth holds responsibility for planning, funding, policy management and delivery of the aged care system, and we are committed to continuing to work with the Commonwealth to support positive health and wellbeing outcomes for older Tasmanians. The Department of Health is the public health system manager, and a key priority for us is ensuring the interface between health and aged care systems is managed appropriately. There are interdependencies between these adjacent care systems, and it's important that the independent action taken in one system does not result in unintended impacts on the other. The Department of Health and the Tasmanian Health Service are also a provider of aged care services in Tasmania. Much of Tasmania can be considered rural or remote, and there are several areas across the state where the Department of Health is the sole aged care provider and is seen as the provider of last resort. In addition to workforce challenges in these rural and remote areas, often the cost of service delivery can be significantly higher. As an example, Lyle House is a 16-bed residential aged care facility co-located with our West Coast District Hospital in Queenstown, which is the only locally available residential aged care for around a 5-hour radius. Lyle House experiences workforce challenges as well as increased regulatory burden because, for example, the facility has to comply with the healthcare standards, the aged care standards, and be an NDIS provider for that area. We are working with, or we have started work with the Commission and with the NDIS around harmonising how we actually apply the standards in these very small settings. I consider the Independent Hospital and Aged Care Pricing Authority must take challenges such as these into account when pricing aged care services, so the true cost of service delivery is reflected and our aged care services in these areas are adequately funded. IHACPA must also allow for appropriate transitional arrangements to give certainty of funding and planning, not only for the state, but for small marginal aged care operations that exist in rural and remote areas, not just of Tasmania, but of Australia. Recognising the challenges with thin markets and states often being the provider of last resort for both aged care and disability services in these areas, I do have concerns with the bill's rigid approach to limiting aged care to those aged over 65, particularly with respect to residential aged care. I consider the bill needs to allow for exemptions for exemptional needs or circumstances. Tasmania also currently delivers Commonwealth-funded aged care services through contracts for the Aged Care Assessment Program and the Commonwealth Home Support Program. Services like transitional care packages and those delivered under the ACAP are crucial in not only supporting people to receive the right care in the most appropriate setting, but also helping to manage patient access and flow in our public hospitals. The new single assessment process for aged care services that the bill will give effect to must continue to support the best care possible for both the individual patient come resident and the appropriate outcomes at a broader system level across the interface between health and ageing. I consider that as an assessment service, as a regulatory function of the aged care system, the Commonwealth as the system regulator should be fully funding this function. I note the bill and the new Support at Home program seeks to improve the care provided for older people living in the community and will go some way to meeting demand for aged care services. To optimise the new program's success, it will be important for the Commonwealth to work to reduce the current wait list for home care services, noting a number of older people in Tasmania are not currently receiving the packages of care they have been assessed as requiring under the Home Care Package program due to undersupply. While the Tasmanian Government has not provided a written submission to this inquiry, the Tasmanian Minister of Health provided a submission to the Department of Health and Aged Care's consultation on the exposure draft in February 2024. There needs to be appropriate dissemination of advice and transitional arrangements regarding the bill and adequate and robust consultation with states and territories and other stakeholders on draft rules which are yet to be released. The introduction of the single assessment service in advance of the legislation is an example where this has not occurred. This impacts sector confidence in implementation of further reforms. Overall, it's important that implementation of the new aged care legislation is pragmatic and flexible, and the operation of the new legislation is continually reviewed to ensure it is working to support improved access to and delivery of safe and high-quality services for older Australians. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Webber. I might just start off with a couple of quick questions and then throw to Senator Ruston. You mentioned exemptions remaining in place for young people to access residential aged care. Why is that important to Tasmania?
We would see this as an exceptional circumstances category, by the way, not a common thing, but in some of the thin markets, there are very few NDIS providers as well as other aged care providers. And Lyle House is an example. The 16-bed aged care there, we do have an NDIS client in there because there is no other option on the West Coast. So for him to stay close to family, that is the only option for long-term residential care. And so to take that to be rigid with that is going to deprive that person of staying on the West Coast, close to family, if the family wish to continue to have residential care for their loved one. And in fact, up until recently, there were 2 NDIS residents on the West Coast, but one has actually, by circumstance, had to be moved to Hobart.
Yes, yeah. And I'm very familiar with Lyle House and the West Coast, being a regular traveller there, so I do understand the importance of family and regular contact with the people that you've grown up in the area as well. Will Tasmania make the necessary legislative changes to enable worker screening arrangements?
Yes, Senator. So we are moving down those lines as we did with NDIS. As well.
And what is your view of the changes made to improve interactions with Tasmania's power of attorney and guardianship laws?
Look, this is an area, and I mentioned it in my opening, around advanced care management, etc. We do need to have a better harmonised system, but in addition to that, we probably have a joint responsibility with the Commonwealth to promote it to everyone once they turn 18, to actually do enduring powers of attorney, enduring guardianships, all those, and advanced care directives. Because it applies not just in the aged care, it applies across NDIS as a possibility as well. Anywhere where there is an ability for you to lose capacity needs to be covered by these. So our view would be as soon as you gain adulthood, you probably should have them in place.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr Webster. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Senator Urquhart. Just interested in terms of the degree of or the number of older Tasmanians that are currently in your hospital system or your healthcare system because they are unable to get access to the appropriate alternative accommodation, whether that be care at home or care in an aged care setting. Do you have any idea of the quantum of those people?
Yes, Senator. So it runs at between 35 and 45 regularly as an average, so about the size of a ward of a public hospital in Tasmania.
Yep, okay. And what sort of time frame are these people likely on average to be staying in a hospital setting?
It varies in time frame, and we've had cases that are close to 12 months, but usually it's in the 6 to 8 week period.
Yep.
And it's a combination of factors, and again, some of it is around lack of preparation prior to coming into the hospital.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate circumstance that
it builds up a circumstance.
Yep.
And there's also almost a need to work with families, and that's part of the delay as well. So the families aren't ready to accept the transfer of care.
Yep. In terms of older Australians who are in care, particularly in residential care, something that we hear often is that they would prefer to have the support or care delivered within the actual nursing home environment, but they're often, because of the fear of risk associated with keeping somebody who maybe's had a fall. They seem like they're perfectly okay, but they've had a fall, so they pop them in an ambulance and send them off to a hospital, which, as we all know, are quite overburdened at the moment. They sit on a hospital ramp, they wait to go in through the process. It's a really traumatic process for older Australians, only to be told that actually they're fine. I'm just interested from a health operational perspective within the state. Do you think the level of risk aversion is proportionate to the impact on the older Australian in that circumstance? And is there more we could be doing to enable the care to be provided on site instead of having to put the older person through the trauma?
Our view is that too many older Australians are removed from their homes, be that residential aged care or indeed their own home, to hospitals because of assessment of risk being wrong, or indeed because of lack of services. And some of that is, again, thin markets. So someone's I'll take the other end of the state, the Derwent Valley. There are very few health services available to that person. So the only option is to take them to a hospital for health services. So, but even in larger centres, residential aged care facilities vary as to their risk appetite. And so you do have some facilities who, as soon as there is a fall, their first reaction is to insist on an ambulance and insist on transfer to hospital, to an ED, versus other providers, who are more comfortable doing their own risk assessment, using on-site nursing resources and things like that. And, we have done a recent piece of work to identify which of the residential aged care facilities are more likely to transfer their residents, and we are designing some programs that we're going to run through those facilities to try and change the risk profile. So some of these, we have a program that we've set up called Care at Home, which is nursing and GP resources that are able to, at the end of a phone, to help aged care, and we'll be extending that over the next 12 months into aged care. We're also putting in community paramedics over the next 3 years. So again, a community paramedic being able to respond and help with that risk assessment rather than just a transfer. And also we're looking at virtual ED, very similar to the model that's running from Northern District in Victoria.
Yeah. Okay. Sort of launching into primary care. There's been quite a lot of comment from various groups across the board, whether it be providers or whether it be older persons or their advocates, around the inclusion of this supporter requirement in the bill. And many of the people have made comment that they believe that the provisions that exist in terms of the likes of power of attorney and advanced care directives and the like that are in place at a state level are more than adequate and robust in order for older Australians in aged care to be able to get that kind of support and advocacy. And they're saying that the supporter provisions are overreach, unnecessary and duplicative. Given you come from the state perspective, and obviously you see this on the ground, do you have a view as to whether there are problems with existing state-based provisions and whether you think there's a need for this, or is there any likely to be any adverse effect from this?
From my perspective, it sets up a risk of conflict between the various systems, but more than the systems, the individuals that might be attached to each of those. But that risk probably is lower than the risk of someone having no one in support of them in this type of environment. And so what I would say to you is I think that the system is the state system around enduring guardianship, enduring power of attorney, and the safeguards are in there are fit for purpose for a large part of the population. But there is still a part of the population that doesn't have access to that. The long-term disabled person that then goes into ageing, where do they set up those, protections? So what I would say is that be it the supporter provisions, but certainly aged care advocacy provisions are appropriate for these type of settings, particularly residential aged care, but in a number of cases home care as well, to have someone independent that can give a voice to an older Australian that's struggling to have their voice heard. So in my view, there is room to have both systems. We just need to work through to make sure they're not going to clash as systems as they're implemented.
It certainly hasn't been the view of the evidence to date. I mean, I think everyone would probably agree that for those that don't have the ability, because they don't have somebody who would naturally be that advocate for them, that there needs to be a mechanism through which to get that advocacy. But I think there was a great concern that there's going to be duplication and set up that conflict that I think you referred to in the starting part of your answer.
Yeah. Look, I think, as I said, I think there is that risk that it could be there. I probably should declare that in a former life a registrar of the Guardianship Board. So I've seen the system.
You should be advocating very loudly for it.
Well, I've seen the system break down where the person has put the right programs in place legally, but human nature has seen them break down. So that's why I'm an advocate for, advocacy as well as the formal legal structures.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm pretty right, thanks, Chair.
Senator Kapasic, are you okay? I think we are done then. So I know it's
thank you very much.
Just that we finish a little bit earlier, but thank you very much, Mr. Webster, for your attendance. And that concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared and to Hansard Broadcasting and, of course, our fabulous Secretariat for their assistance. The committee has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by October 14th. I think you're off the hook there, Mr. Webster. I don't think you took any on notice. So the committee will hold its next hearing for this inquiry on Friday, the 11th of October in Brisbane, and the committee is adjourned.